Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Imagine having an intelligent whiteboard that can turn your idea into a diagram instantly. In this project, we are building a full stack AI powered whiteboard application from scratch using React and Next.js. User can create and manage multiple whiteboards, draw freely, add shape, text, sticky notes, and customize every element directly on the canvas. But the most exciting part is AI. Just describe what you want: a flowchart, system architecture, web, wireframework, mobile UI, or complete diagram, and our AI assistant will generate it directly on the whiteboard. We will also build a custom canvas tools, floating property controllers, automatic saving, AI loading states, generated connected diagrams. And we are building all of these from the scratch. No AI coding agent. We will go through the implementation line by line so you understand how everything works. For authentication, we will use a clerk to add a secure sign-in experience with a very little setup. And while we are building, we will use a CodeRabbit for AI-powered code reviews and security scanning, helping us to catch bugs and any security issue across the code base. By the end, you will have your own production-ready AI whiteboard application and you will understand how it was built from the ground up. So let's build it. So let me walk through the application demo first before start building our application, and we'll see what we are going to build in this video. If you see, we have this beautiful, simple and clean landing screen. With the help of clerk authentication, we added a Google, GitHub and email password authentication. Simply sign into the platform, and once you sign in, you can redirect it to the dashboard page. Here we have proper organized dashboard where on the left side you will find an option to create a new board. You can see all the files and archived files as well. We added an option to do the soft delete instead of deleting your whiteboard completely. Also at the bottom we will see you can keep a track of how many files you can create and how many files you already created for a free plan. So let's create a new whiteboard. Currently on the right side, if you see, we already have a couple of whiteboard created, and you will see an actual preview of the whiteboard content, which I'm going to show you how to generate this preview so that you can show it on the dashboard. On the click of create new board, you have option to enter the workspace name. You can give any workspace name and simply click create. It will redirect you to the proper whiteboard workspace, where you have option to select a different tools in order to add it to the whiteboard. For example, if you want to add a square, select that and then you can simply drag it and add it. We also added a floating bar at the top where you have option to select a different property for the selected elements. For example, if you want to change the stroke color, you can see it instantly. If you want to change the fill color, you can do it. If you want to duplicate the same design or same element, just click on it and it will duplicate for you. See, pretty cool, right? Now, not only that, but there are a bunch of other property you will find on this extra, where you can bring this front or back, you can change the stroke, or you can even drag this section anywhere on the screen. If you want a dotted line, you can change this to a dotted, or there are different way to add it. You can also change the pixel style, how sharpness you want, the fill color, the opacity, all the features we are adding inside this. Now, like this square, we have different shapes, the lines. We also have option to draw directly on the canvas, and I'm going to show you how you can add lot of different tools inside your whiteboard. You can even add a text and you can start typing it. Then if you want to upload any image, you can simply select that image, or you can drag it and drop it on the whiteboard. Pretty cool, right? Each of these particular elements has a different styling. For example, if you select the text, you will see the text has different options, different properties. You will also see extra options which is different than the options. And if you want to erase anything, you can select this eraser and it will delete it quickly. Pretty cool. Now We also added few options like notes. So you can simply add a note, whichever note you want, and it will get added so that you can start typing inside the note. We also have the list of emoji which you can add it inside your whiteboard. Then we also have the list of icon that also you can add it to your whiteboard. Pretty cool, right? And once you add, you have option to resize those as per your need. Now come to the most interesting part, which is an AI. We also added an AI agentic feature to this whiteboard. So you will see these two options which act similar, and on the click you will open this AI helper which help us to generate the diagrams, flowchart, architecture, web mockup, mobile mockup, and many more. Let me show you the quick example. Let's say you want to generate a mobile mockup, and let's say you want to generate a sign in and sign up screen mockup. Simply enter what you want, your idea, and then click generate. You will see this beautiful loading state as well. And once the mockup is generated, you will see the result. Perfect, right? And the loading state is also gone. That also I'm going to show you how to implement in step-by-step way. We are not using any AI agent to write the code. We are writing our code line by line. It's a complete full stack application development from the scratch. Now, let's say you want to build or add a web mockup, and you want to add a landing screen, or let's say a dashboard for budget tracking. Now, this will generate a beautiful wireframe for your app idea, and then within a few seconds your wireframe idea is ready with all the details. If you add and describe your idea more in detail, it will give you a better result, and that's how easy it is. Then if you want to export whatever the whiteboard elements you added, just simply click export, and within a click your image or your whiteboard is now exported into a PNG format. Then if I go back, you will see our preview for that generated workspace, and it's instant. You can just click on it and it will open and reload your existing and saved workspace whiteboard. You don't need to save manually. It will auto save as soon as you added the elements on the whiteboard. Then we also added an option to do the soft delete. Just click on delete. It will delete it from your board, but you can get it back through the archive. Just go to the archive, and here you will see your workspace 3. You can either restore or you have option to delete. Once you click restore, it will come back to your own board. Pretty cool, right? And everything we're gonna see it in detail. You will also see as soon as you create any new board, the progress for this file creation will update it immediately. All the details, all the implementation we are doing and implementing from the scratch. If you don't have any prior experience building the web Next.js SaaS project, then don't worry, because I'm going to walk through and going to implement each feature one by one. So this complete project is divided into a small chapters. I also created a proper notes for each chapter in order to properly explain the concept first, the complete workflow we will understand, and then we'll start building the project. Now let's talk about the tech stack. We are using a Next.js to build this complete web SaaS application. For authentication, we are using Clerk, which is the most popular and trusted authentication service provider. And for code quality, we are using a CodeRabbit for AI-powered code reviews, helping us to catch bugs and improve our code quality inside the pull request. And now CodeRabbit also has the CodeRabbit security, which goes beyond regular code review by reasoning across the code base to detect the security bugs, prioritize risk, and suggest fix right inside the PR. And a special offer for you. The first 100 user can get a CodeRabbit Pro plan for a free. So make sure to check the link in the description. As a developer, you need an AI credits to work on a different SaaS application, and that's why we build AI Perks Box. AI Perks Box is a platform where you can unlock $millions of AI credits. You can get the credits for ChatGPT, Claude, Cursor AI, Gemini, And not only that, but you can also get the credits for CodeRabbit, which includes a free pro plan. Also, if you want to get access to all of my source code, then you can simply go to the tubeguruji.com, join it, and then you will get an exclusive course access and the source code. Along with, you can track each course chapter by chapter. You can even get the access to the all the live demo of the application which we build, the source code, and many other features you will find. In order to track any of your website, simply join WebTracky. WebTracky is a revenue first analytics for a modern website. It's free to use and you can track your website, where your traffic we are getting from. Not only that, but you can even track the source, the country, city that you are getting the traffic on your website, the AI insight to improve your website traffics, and the recent event as well. And the most interesting, you can even track the revenue for your web application. Everything is included inside this WebTracky. Let's click the link in the description to get started with the WebTracky completely for free. And if you're new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon, and press like button. Share this video with your friends who really want to build a SaaS application. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop our AI agentic whiteboard. Now let's set up the project first, and for that one we are going to use a Next.js boilerplate called FastNextJS. FastNextJS provides a variety of stack options which you can select it and automatically it will install it inside your project. So FastNextJS is available on this npm package. So here you will find a different feature. So for styling and UI, we have Tailwind CSS, Shadcn, Daisy UI, Fly-on UI. Database also option are there like Supabase, Neon, Drizzle, Firebase. For authentication, we have Clerk, Next.auth, BetterAuth, and payment, email, and so on. So basically, you can select whichever option you want for your project, and then it will ready with all the basic functionality. Okay, so let me show you how it actually works. Now first, once we run this command, right, you have option to select the stacks. Then I will walk through with all the folder structure, what are the files and everything, and then we'll run our application first time. Once that is done, we'll make sure we'll create our repo and we'll push our code to the GitHub. So basically, for every chapter we are going to create a new branch and we'll push all our changes, and we are going to review it, each of our changes, with the help of AI. Okay, so that I will tell you later on, but first let's create our project and let's set up it. So basically, let's open a folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. If you are using a command Windows, make sure to open a command prompt, and here you can simply copy the command from this package. Okay, so over here if you scroll down, you have option, either you can use npm or you can use npx. Then go over here, simply paste it and then hit enter. Then it will ask you to enter the project name first. Okay, so you have to give the project name. So here we'll say AI-AGENTIC-WHITEBOARD. Okay, then hit enter. Then you have option to select the UI component library, whether you just want Tailwind CSS or you want Shadcn, which comes with the Tailwind CSS and pre-built components. Okay, we also have Daisy UI, Fly-on, but I will go with the Shadcn. It's very popular among the developers. Then you have option to select the database. Now you can use a self-hosted, you can select the none, but if you want to use Supabase, Neon, any other, you can select. Now for this particular project, we are going to use a Neon database, okay, which come with a serverless Postgres with Drizzle ORM. Then for the authentication, we go with the Clerk because it's very fast, very easy to integrate, and most important, is free to use. And all the sources tech stack which we are using, I will put the link in the description to get a complete free access to those services. Then for payment, we'll say none, and for email sender as well, we'll say none. Okay, now here you have to select the package. We'll go with the npm. So most of them has npm package, so make sure to select npm only. we'll say initialize the Git, we'll say yes, and then do you want to use automatically run npm install, so it will install all the library package for us, so we'll say yes for that. And now you just need to wait for finishing this dependency installation, okay, and then your application will be ready. And here, once your project is ready, you will get this success message, then what will be the next step and many other things. Okay, now simply open a Visual Studio Code. If you don't have, make sure to install it. So let me open it new. Over here I will say open the folder, and we just created this project, so make sure to open that project, and then your project will be ready. Okay, now on the left hand side you will see some of the folders and file, right? So very first folder, which is the app folder. Now inside the app folder we'll add all our pages, route, API and all of this information. So basically very first, which is a page.tsx file, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will see this default page will get rendered. Then very important file, which is a layout.tsx file, which is nothing but your root layout, which hold your application, and all the pages which we are going to render will go or will render through this children. Okay, so over here we have children. Now currently our application is wrapped inside the clerk provider. Now basically it's an authentication clerk provider, and it's protect your application from unauthorized user. So that's the reason this clerk provider will protect your complete application by wrapping it. Okay, then inside this root layout you will also see the metadata. Basically this metadata is very helpful for the SEO purpose, and you can even update your font, add the font, you can do it directly from this layout.tsx file. Then we have global.css file, which contain your Tailwind CSS, because now Tailwind CSS come with a latest version and it directly added to the global CSS. And then we also set up the shared scene, so that's why you will see all the variables and their colors. Okay, then we have sign in and sign up page added. Okay, so this is the, when you go to the localhost or your domain /sign in, it will navigate to this sign in page. Okay, so this is the default sign in and sign up component from the clerk only. Okay, so once we run the application, we'll get to know much better. After that we have the component folder. Okay, so all the component we are going to keep inside this component folder. Now currently we only have two shared scene component, which is the button and card, and I will show you how to add all the component at once. Then we have DB folder. Inside this DB folder you will see we have connection to the Neon database. Right now it's just a placeholder, but we have to use the actual database connection string that I will show you how to generate and how to add it. And we also have schema.ts file, which basically a table to create inside your database. So currently we have users and post table. Let's say you don't want this post table, you can remove it, and then you have to push these changes to the database, so it will get applied. That I will show you in a moment. But for now, make sure this schema file basically used to add the table inside your database. So once we start implementing it, then I will teach you how to create the schema and how to push and how to create the tables as well. Then we have the .env file. So inside this, if you see, we have some dummy or placeholder. So let's remove this publisher key and the secret key placeholder. Okay, make sure it's empty for now, so that we will run our application without any error. And then you will see .env.example. So we need to generate this database URL and clerk publisher key. Then we have component.json file, which contain a shared scene related configuration, which style you select, the Tailwind CSS configuration little bit, and the allies for the component and other files. Then we have drizzle.config.ts file, which is very important, which basically define the configuration for the database. Okay, so this is related to a drizzle, and here you will see the database connection, your schema, where it keep, and everything. Then we have package.json, which basically contain name and version of your application, along with the script to run to build your application, right? Here if you see, we also have a command written for to push the code or push your database changes and everything. Then you will see the dependency along with their version and dev dependency along their version as well. Then we have proxy.ts file. Basically this proxy very helpful to protect your pages from unauthorized user. So you can define which pages are public, which pages are only available to the sign in user. So everything you can define inside this clerk middleware or inside the proxy file. Okay, so now once you know the file structure, let's run our application. So go to the terminal and click new terminal. It will open a terminal inside your VS Code, or you can simply drag it something like this. Okay, so it will open, and then simply type a command npm run dev and then hit enter. Once you hit enter, it will run your application on the port 3000 on URL localhost. Simply open that. You can open inside the same browser, or you can simply go to your default browser like Chrome and run your project. And once your project run, you will see the default page is getting rendered. It's saying your premium SAT stack is ready. Perfect, right? So congratulations that you run your first project. We successfully set up all the things we want, and now we are ready to use it. Now once you run your application first time, right, then you can just check it whether it's properly working. So if I go to the page.tsx file and you can change any name, let's say hello world, okay, and then save it. Once you save it, automatically reload your application and you will see that change. Perfect. Now it's time to push our code. So we basically completed first step, second step. We also explained the project structure, and then we also run our application. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So simply go to the github.com, and then if you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. Here you can create a new repo. So click on new repo and give the repo name. So we'll say AI-AGENTIC-WHITEBOARD. Then you can select the visibility whether you want public or private, and simply click create repo. Once the repo is created, our repo is already initialized, but you have to add a commit message and everything. So what we'll do, we'll go back to the Visual Studio, and then let me close all of this tab. Then go to the source control, okay, and then here give the commit message. Okay, so we'll say initial commit. Now you are pushing it very first time. Okay, so we'll push whatever the changes we have, the basic structure, we'll push everything. Then click on this plus dot, so it will stage all the changes, so it will be ready all the files to push it, and simply say commit. So it will commit all the changes now. Okay, now just forget these files, and then here you have three dots, click on it and simply click push. So it will push all the changes to your repo now. Now if you refresh your repo, maybe refresh it within after few seconds because it's still pushing these changes. And now let's check it out. So basically here it's saying if you try to push it, right, it will give you error, and it's saying your repo has no remote config. Our project don't know where to push, right? So basically copy this remote add origin. We forgot to add that, so copy it, and then you can simply add it. If I try to push now, see, then click add remote and simply paste it and then hit enter. Okay, so we already hit enter. Oh, that's fine. I think it's already set. Now let's try to push. It's still saying okay. Let's do one thing. We actually copy the incorrect URL. You just need to copy this one. Okay, but if you want to copy complete, then you have to execute that inside the terminal, something like this. Okay, now it's set. Now if I try to push it, we'll say okay, let's push it to the main branch because this is first time we are pushing, right? And once it push, then refresh it, and then you will see all the changes. Okay, and just now we push it. Perfect. So that's how you have to push all your code to the GitHub repo. And that's how we also finish the fifth step. So these notes I'm going to share it with you so you can access it completely for free and you can follow the step-by-step process so that you can build this complete SaaS project without using AI. Okay, because we are building it completely from the scratch by typing each line by line code. Now in this chapter we are going to set up a CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is a platform to review your code using an AI. Along with the code review, it also provides a lot of different features. For example, first, whenever you create any branch and push your code and create a pull request, it automatically trigger the code review. So you don't need to manually go and trigger the code review. It automatically do it for you. After that, it also prioritize your pull request. So you have option to prioritize, depends on which are the most important, and based on that it will prioritize. So this is very important when you are working in a big developers team. After this, they also added a new feature called change tag. Basically this will help you to explain each code differences when you create the pull request line by line, and that's very important for the new developers as well as the developers which is in your team, so they can easily understand what are the changes they make based on your complete project. And another is the security, which is very important nowadays because a lot of people use AI and they can easily add AI threads. Obviously lot of issue with the security, and that's why CodeRabbit is now help us to add a security in your code. That also it will detect it, so all the package inside the CodeRabbit. Now CodeRabbit is giving you a free pro plan, so I will put the link in the description, and with that link only you will find a CodeRabbit for a free. Okay, now in this chapter we will focus on signing up the CodeRabbit with a free plan. Obviously this plan is a paid plan, but I'm giving you for a free. Then you can connect your GitHub account so that it will automatically review our code whenever we push it. Okay, so when we create a branch, we'll push the code, and then it will when we raise the pull request, it will automatically review our code, and this review will give you the PR summary, the code explanation, it will review our comment, it will give you the suggestion and the fix, and faster code review as well. Okay, so inside this note you will see the complete step-by-step guide how to set up the CodeRabbit. So let's do it. So first thing, make sure to click the link in the description so that you will get a first 100 user will get a pro plan completely for a free. Once you sign up, you will jump on to the dashboard. Here you have option called Explore, Analytics. Inside the Analytics, you will see all the PR reviews which is reviewed by the CodeRabbit. All the details you will find. After that, you will see the review section, the repo connected, and all of this information. You can connect the CodeRabbit directly to the Slack to get a real-time update. And under the security, they recently added this feature to find any bug or something like that, right? So it will just deep scan you all the code every time. Now what you need to do, you have to connect your repo. So you will see on the Explore option called Add Repo, just click on it, it will go to this option. Now if you see, many of my application already using a CodeRabbit. Here you have option called Add Repo, then it will navigate to the GitHub, simply sign in, and then you have to give access to your repo. You can give access to the all repo, it's totally up to you, but we can select the repo, and here you will see the repo name, just click on it, and then it will get added to the CodeRabbit, and simply click save. Once it's saved, it will redirect you back to the CodeRabbit dashboard, and then your name, repo name will be displayed. It means now CodeRabbit is ready to use. Now going forward, whenever you create a new branch and create a pull request, it will automatically trigger the CodeRabbit's AI review on your PR. Okay, so that we'll see throughout the project, but right now make sure your CodeRabbit is set up, and then you can join the pro plan. Only first 100 user will get. Also you can get this same perk on the AI perk box. So if you scroll down, simply sign in, and then you will get a free pro plan with the CodeRabbit. Just click claim perk, and then you will get access to the CodeRabbit for a free. But along with that, you will find a lot of different perks available. Just simply go to the aiperksbox.com. I will put the link in the description to get access to the thousands of perks. Now in this chapter, we are going to set up an authentication and database. We already have the basic structure ready, but we have to make sure it's working. So first we need to create a Neon database project. Then we'll generate a database connection string so that we can connect our application with the database. Then we are going to set up a clerk authentication. It's already there, but we need to generate the clerk keys. That I will show you how to do it. And then we are going to add the connection string and the authentication key inside our project. So this is the complete workflow about authentication and database. We'll also make sure when user sign up very first time, we'll save the user information to our database. Okay, so that particular logic we are also going to write. So first we'll go to the neon.com. I will put the link in the description. Now Neon is the backend for the app and agent to build a scalable database. So it uses a PostgreSQL database and is free to use. Simply sign in to the platform. Then you will jump onto this project page. If you don't have project, you can create a new project and then open it. Now here you will find an option called Connect on the dashboard. On the left hand side, you have different options which you can explore. Just click on this Connect button and then under the database, click on this Create New Database. Give the database name. So here we'll say AI-AGENTIC-WHITEBOARD. Then simply click Create. After that, it will give you this connection string. You will find a different option as well, but we'll copy this connection string as it is. And then we'll go back to our Visual Studio, go to the .env file. Okay, so here we will find .env, and for this database URL, I am now replacing the correct URL. Okay, so this is database URL, and then save it. That's how we have to set up your database. How simple it is, right? Now with this Neon database, we are also using the Drizzle ORM. Drizzle ORM it's nothing but an object relational mapping, and it's very easy to use with a database, so that you don't need to learn any PostgreSQL query. With the Drizzle ORM, you can simply do all the CRUD operation, you can read the data and many other things, and which throughout the video I'm gonna show you how it actually works. Okay, so you don't need to worry about it, as we already set up this Drizzle ORM with the Neon. Okay, so it's already set up, your connection is already made, and we also added the connection string, so we are good on that part. Now next thing, after generating the DB connection string, now it's time to set up the clerk authentication. Now we are using Clerk because Clerk is one of the most popular authentication service provider. Clerk provides a lot of predefined component for your authentication, like sign in page, sign up page, some user buttons, user profile, a wait list, and many other. You can also use this for the B2B purpose. Now with this Clerk, you can add a multi-factor authentication, session management, email and SMS, one-time passcode, magic link, and number of different social sign-on option. It also add a bot detection if bot is trying to enter or authenticate to your app, and many other things. Now Clerk also integrate with your favorite AI agent ID using an MCP server, so you can simply use the Clerk using an AI agent. Now Clerk also introduced this billing feature. Okay, so you don't need to integrate any different payment gateway. With the help of just one line of code, Clerk billing directly add, and if you see this particular way how it actually works. Okay, now let's simply sign into the platform. Make sure to join the Clerk with the link provided in the description, because you'll get a complete free access to the Clerk. Here you have option to create a new application. Just click on it, give the application name, AI-AGENTIC-WHITEBOARD. Now here you have option to enable different sign-in options, right? Like email. If you want phone number, you can say phone number, or GitHub, Apple, and many others, right? And on the right hand side, you will see the actual preview how it actually works. You can also enable the organization level. So organization this is how it looks. So let me scroll down, and this is how the organization level will look like. But right now we are more on the consumer side, so we'll keep it simpler. Okay, and once you are happy with it, simply click create application. Once the application is created, it will navigate to that application dashboard page or overview page, right? Over here, if you scroll down, make sure you selected the Next.js, and we'll switch this to a manual setup. Now we already have the clerk set up perfectly. We just need this publisher key and the secret key. So let's copy that as it is. Then we'll head back to the Visual Studio inside the .env. Let's replace this publisher key with our own keys. Okay. Now after this, if you scroll down, we already have the clerk middleware added inside the proxy.ts file like this. So if I go back and let me show you where we added this. So here we have proxy.ts file, and we already have the code ready for the clerk. Okay. And then we also have the clerk provider inside the layout.ts file, which will protect our application. So inside the layout, we have this clerk provider added. And then you can simply run your application. So if I go back to our app, and then if I go to the /sign-in, then it will show you this sign-in beautiful component, right? So here you have option to enter the email password or GitHub or Google account, the way which we selected previously. If you want to sign up, you have option to sign up. And this sign in and sign up page is already added in our boilerplate project. So you don't need to add manually. Okay. Only thing that you need to set up is the environment key, and that's how our sign in and sign up page is ready. Now inside the dashboard, if you navigate to the configure, you will find a different option which you can play around it. It also provides an API key which you can use it directly inside your application. Under the user, you will see whenever users sign into your platform, you can simply you will see that user list under the user. Once you enable the billing, you have billing option, and all the details you will find. Now let's save the user information. So very first thing what you need to do, we'll go to the DB, and inside that we have the schema.ts file. Currently we have user table, right? And inside that we have ID, name, email, created, add. Now let's say you want to add one more column. So just simply say credits, for example, and here we'll say a credit of type int. Then we'll say credits, default credit value will give to 3. So user can create a 3 whiteboard for free. Okay. And here make sure you will import the int from MySQL. Oh, sorry, I think it's PGSQL. So if you see, we have to use integer, not just int. And once you add the integer, make sure to import it through this drizzle orm pg code, because we are using a PostgreSQL, and then simply save it. Now once you save this, you can simply need to push these changes. So for that one, we already have the command added inside our package.json file, which is nothing but drizzle kit generate. Okay, and for that one you can simply run a command called npm run push. Okay, so once you run this command, so right now it's saying missing push command. Okay, so that we need to write npm run db push. Okay, so that's how it return. It's nothing but npm run drizzle kit push. Okay, and then hit enter. Right now if you see, it's pulling the schema from database, and now it's saying changes applied. It means your changes are pushed. Now if I go to the neon, and in order to see whether the changes are there or not, you can simply click on this PostgreSQL database option, click tables, and inside this make sure to select this AI-AGENTIC-WHITEBOARD as a database, and here you will see the user table is now added. Inside that we have ID, name, email, credit, and created add column. So whichever column you added inside your schema.ts file, all of those column is now available inside your table. Perfect. So that's how you have to push your changes to your database. Now if you want to edit anything, you can make the edit and make sure to push those changes using the command which I just show you. Now next thing, let's save the new user information when users sign up. So for that one, let's go to the app, and inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new file called provider.tsx, and let's add a default template for this. So I will just type RFCE, which is nothing but React functional component. I will say provider and then save it. Now this shortcut in order to add the default template is, you can also do that. For that one, you have to install one extension called React Redux Snippet Tool. Okay, so if you see this ES7 React Redux native tool, so this particular extension you have to add it. Okay, and then it will enable you to add this quick template. Now inside this provider, I will accept the children of type children React node. Okay, and then make sure to render. Now the reason behind this creating this provider, because we can keep this component on the client side, and in order to make this component on the client side, you have to define use client at the top. Okay, and inside this layout, we can keep this layout on the server side. So you can simply add the provider and then pass the children inside the provider. So what it will do, it will pass these children to the provider, and then you can just render it. As simple as that. Okay, now next thing, we'll create a one method called constant create new user arrow function. Okay, now here first we need to make sure to verify if user is already created or not. If not, then we have to create it. Now in order to create the new user, we'll use an API. Okay, instead of writing the logic on the front end side. So in order to create an API inside the Next.js, simply go to the app folder, and inside that we'll create a new folder called API. Now all the API which you are going to create inside this project will be inside this API folder only. And now inside this API folder, we'll create a users folder. So this will be the your /API/user as an endpoint, and then inside that you can create a route.ts file. Now here I will just rename it as, or let's keep it as a users, that's fine. Now once you have the route.ts file added, simply say export async function, then we'll say get, or this need to be a post request because we want to create it. So we'll say post request, and we'll say next request. Something like this. Here it need to be a C, and make sure to import this next request from the next/server. Okay. After this, we have to accept the user name and ID. It's totally up to you. If you don't want, that's also fine, because Clerk also provide a server side import for it. So we'll say constant user is equal to, we can just say current user. Okay, and this current user you can import from the Clerk Next.js server, something like this. Okay, and then save it. So from there you will get a user information. Now first we'll check if user already exists. Okay, if user does not exist, we'll create a new user in database. So in order to check if user is already exist or not, so first we'll say if user. Okay, so if user information is there, so here maybe we need to use await. Okay, and the current user, and if you say if user, so we'll say constant result, or we'll just say user data is equal to await, then DB. Now this DB we need to import from our DB. So inside the DB we have the index.ts, and then we are exported this DB reference, so that you have to use it. So we'll say DB dot select from, and then you have to give the table name. So we'll say a users table, right? Now make sure to import this user table from our schema. Okay, so that we are importing from the schema only, and then we'll say below that we'll say where, then equal to, because we want to match user dot primary email. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address if it matching with the our db or users dot email, because this table we have to make sure from this table this email column matches with the users dot primary email address, then it means we have the user information. Now here make sure to import the equal. Okay, now here if you see this error, right, that's because it might saying that email address might be null. So you can add some string or you can simply ignore it using ts ignore. Okay, and then save it. So this will return the user data. Okay, this particular one. Now over here we'll say, now we'll say if user data dot length is greater than 0, right, it means user information is already exist. Then in that case we'll say return next response dot json. Okay, and make sure you'll import this next response from the next slash, okay, so next slash server. Okay, and here inside this you just need to write a user data of 0, because obviously it will only return the one user information, and that user information will just return back. Okay, otherwise, so we'll say else if user data length is 0 means there is no user, then in that case we have to insert that user information. So for that we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert in users table, and then we have to provide the values. Okay, so if you do the control space, it will give you which value you need to provide, and the question mark over here, it means that is an optional field, right? So first we'll go with the name. So name will be user dot full name. Then for email we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Then after that we need to add the created address. That's fine, credit is also fine because that's a default value. I think that's the two important information, you can simply add it. Over here I will add string if the email address is not there, just to avoid the error, and then save it. Now here at the end we'll say returning. What it will do, whichever value is inserted it will return back, and then it will save inside the result, and that information you can return back to your front end. Okay, so that's how it will work. And if the user information is not there, so over here we'll say return next response, and then we'll give message that user not found with the status 404. Here you can give the status as well, but we are just returning the user information as it is. Okay, and that's how our API endpoint is now ready in order to create a new user. Let's save this. Now let's go to the provider, and under the create new user method we are going to simply call this API endpoint. So we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now Axios is the HTTP client to make an API call. If it's not there, you can install it by simply entering this npm command. So we'll say npm I Axios. Okay, simply hit enter, and then it will install the Axios for you. Now you can simply add the Axios, see, using import Axios from Axios. Then we'll say dot post, and then simply call API / users. Okay, and that's how what you have to call. As you are using await, you have to mark this method as a async. Okay, so we'll say async. Now as we are using API / user, because our API endpoint is inside the API folder, so you have to provide API / user, and that's what we added. And then right now we'll just console the result dot data. Okay, perfect. Now whenever you refresh your page, whenever you jump on any page, this provider.tsx component will execute no matter what. But in order to execute this method, you have to add that inside the use effect. Now, if you don't know what is use effect, so basically use effect is an React hook, okay, and this React hook will execute infinite time if you did not provide this particular square bracket, and make sure you will import this use effect from the React. Now, once you added this empty array string, it means it will only execute once the component load. Now, this create new user, you can simply add it here, something like this, and then save it. So when provider component execute, it will go to the use effect and then it will execute this method, which will return the result.data for us. Now let's save it and let's test this out. So we'll go to the Next.js file, and this is a sign in page. So we'll sign into the platform using a Google authentication, and if you see how smoothly I'm signing to the platform, and I successfully sign in. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and right now make sure if anything is the consoling or not. Right now we got an error. See the Axios error. It's saying request failed with a status 405. So in that case, what you have to do, simply go to the Visual Studio and open a terminal where your application is running, okay, and scroll down. Over here you will actually find the error, what is the actual issue is, okay. So basically it's returning a 405 error. So this 405 error means we have to add this axios.post. So basically inside our route, this post need to be with a capital letter, okay, not a small. This is very important when you create a get, post, put method, right, inside your Next.js API endpoints. Make sure your method need to be with a capital, with a post or get, something like this. So let's try it now. So if I refresh it, and I don't think so. Yeah, now if you see, the user information is now saved and it returns a data as well. So credits, ID, name and everything. Now if I go to the database and refresh this data table, you will see a user information. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to save the user information. Now if I try to refresh this page again, so let me close this and refresh it, you will see the user information, right? And in this case, it did not inserted a new record. You will see the ID is 1. If I go to the database as well and refresh it, you will not see any duplicate record, because it will first check if the user information is already exist or not, and based on that one only it will insert the record or just return the record. So that's how we have to save the user information. Now you might see this particular error, okay, this is just a warning from the HTML. So in order to avoid this warning, you can simply navigate to the layout.tsx file, and for this HTML you will say suppress hydration warning and then save it. Now if I refresh, you will not see that error anymore. So that's how guys you have to set up the authentication and database and save a new user information to your database so that it will be there. Now before moving to the next chapter, one important thing we have to do it is obviously whenever you want to get the user information, you want to read in any pages or component, every time you need to call the get request, right, to get the user information. In order to avoid that, we are going to use a context. So basically context is nothing but you can either state management or state memory management hook, okay, from the React, which basically share the value across different components. And let me show you how it actually works. So first we need to create a context. So we'll create a new folder inside the root directory and we'll call it as a context, and inside this we'll create user detail context.tsx file. Then inside that we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, make sure this create context you will import it from the React. Okay, and then you can just pass it as a, okay, let's keep it type any for now, and you can pass any value. Let's say you can pass null, and then context is now created. Okay, as simple as that. Now we'll head back to the provider.tsx, and here you have to wrap complete provider inside this context. So we'll say user detail context dot provider, and here you need to provide some default value is equal to, and put this. So basically what it will happen, so once you provide any value to this context, it will share across a different pages, okay, or any small component as well when you use the user detail context. Okay, now in order to provide a default value, first we'll define a state. We'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Now make sure to import this use state from the React, and for now I will just provide a type any and then save it. Now when the user is created and when you get the result, right, you can simply set the user detail with the result.data. So you will get the information, and then this user detail slash set user detail you can set inside this value as a default value, okay, and then save it. Now any component you want to use a user detail information, you can simply use the context, which I will tell you later on in this video how to get the value through this context and all. But for now, make sure your context provider is ready to use. Once this is done, now it's time to create a new branch and create a pull request so that CodeRabbit can review our code. So let me close all of this tab and then go to the source control. Inside this, click on this three dot and then go to the branch and we'll say create branch. Just click on it. It will give you the option to enter the branch name. So we'll say auth and db setup and save user information. I will say save new user information to db. Okay, then hit enter. Now once you hit enter, simply click on this plus icon and you can give the any commit message. So I will give the same commit message, something like this, and then say commit. Now once you commit it, simply make sure to push these changes to the branch. So we'll say push and we'll say OK to push all of these changes to that branch. Once it is pushed, you have option to create a pull request, or you can simply go to your GitHub repo and then automatically it will give you an option to create the pull request. Just click on it, then it will ask you to enter the title. Description is completely optional and simply click create pull request. Now you don't need to add a description because CodeRabbit will automatically generate a proper summary of the changes which you made and then create a pull request. Once the pull request is created, automatically within a few seconds, CodeRabbit will trigger the AI code review on your PR. And now if you see, the CodeRabbit is now already triggered and now it's waiting for the status to be reported and it will start reviewing your code. See, now CodeRabbit already commented on your PR and you just need to wait, and once the CodeRabbit review your code, it will add the inline comment on your code and all of this information. You have option to make the modification accordingly if you think it's not perfect, and then CodeRabbit suggestion will give you how to fix it and then you can simply fix. Also CodeRabbit have this new feature called review change tag. Basically once you click on it, it will navigate to the change tag, what are the changes you made, and CodeRabbit will give you the proper explanation of the changes which you made. And once the CodeRabbit review your code, you will see what are the changes it made, right? So it will give you the what are the things it did and also an option or prompt to fix that particular issue. Pretty cool, right? So obviously you can go through each of them and you will see, and you can check which are important to fix it, which are important to not to fix it, right? And based on that you can take the action. So as simple as that. Now once you are happy with all the changes, you can simply merge your pull request to the main branch. This is very important step, to merge your pull request to the main branch so that your main repo or main branch will be up to date. Now let's create a dashboard layout. Now in order to create a dashboard layout, first step we need to create a new route called /dashboard, right? So once you jump onto your domain /dashboard, the dashboard page should open. So for that one we need to create a new folder called dashboard, and inside that we need to create a page.tsx file. After that we have to make sure our page or dashboard layout is protected, right? So it should not accessed by unauthorized user. After this, we are going to add a dashboard layout structure with a sidebar, header and main content area. So we have to make sure we'll add a dashboard layout.ts, which is dedicated dashboard layout for our dashboard. Then inside the sidebar navigation, we are going to add some few options like create new file, all files, archive, shared file setting and footer section as well. And we are also going to update the header. And once this is done, we are going to push our changes. So this is the complete workflow about how we are going to add the dashboard layout in step-by-step way. So first thing first, let's add a dashboard route. So let's go ahead, and inside this we'll create a new folder. So obviously when you create any new folder, it will consider as a new route inside the Next.js. So click on plus folder icon and we'll say a dashboard. Then inside this we are going to add two different files. One is layout.tsx, which is a dedicated layout for the dashboard, and we'll add a default template for it. I will name it as a dashboard layout. Okay, and inside this I'm going to accept all the files. So basically whatever the routes or a nested route which come under dashboard will render through these children. So that's the reason we added these children, and then save it. And now inside the dashboard we'll add a default dashboard page called page.tsx. Let's add default page for it, and I will just rename this as dashboard page. Okay, now if I go back to our application and try to go to the dashboard, you will see I can navigate to the dashboard page now. But if I want to navigate to something else, okay, so see I'm getting a 404 error because we don't have such a route. Or if you go to any other, it will give you 404 error. It means you don't have that particular route. Only dashboard route is present currently. Now let's protect this page. Now obviously currently user is sign in, okay, and in order to verify inside the dashboard page, what we can do, we can simply add a clerk component called user button, and make sure you're importing it from clerk/next.js. Let's save it, and then automatically you will see a user profile icon which is login. If I click on it, you will see this beautiful component which is added by the clerk. Okay, and if you click on account, obviously this is the again clerk component. So this is a pre-built UI clerk component, all right, and currently user is sign in. So but if user is log out, then we have make sure that we will not allow user to go to this dashboard page. Now in order to protect, simply go to the proxy.ts file, and inside this clerk middleware we are going to write a condition. So we'll say async, then inside this we'll say auth comma request arrow function, and inside that we'll add a condition. Okay, now before that we need to define which are the different protected routes. So we'll say is protected route is equal to, and then we'll say create route matcher, and then we have to give the list of path which you want to match. So we'll say all the dashboard and their path we want to allow, or even let's say dashboard that need to be protected, or all the path under the dashboard need to be protected, right? Now once you define this, here we'll say if is protected, so is protected route, and then we'll pass our request, then we'll say await. So here we'll say await auth dot protect. So we are just telling, okay, let's protect all of these routes. As simple as that, right? So currently user is signed in, so he can able to access it. But now if I click sign out, see, it navigate back to the home page. Even though if I try to log into the dashboard, it asks me to sign in first. Okay, so that's how our second point is also finished, that we protect our pages from unauthorized user. Now simply sign in and then only you can access the dashboard page. Okay, now next thing, we need to add the sidebar to our app. Now in order to add a sidebar, we are going to use a shared CN inbuilt component. Okay, so shared CN also provide a sidebar component. So you can go over here and test this out, how to add. You will get all the step-by-step guide. But before that, let's go to the documentation and we'll make sure our shared CN is up to date. So simply copy this command npx shared CN latest init, and then we'll go back and inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal. Let's initialize this. Okay, just to make sure our shared CN is up to date with the latest version. And once you said initialize, so we'll wait for this, and it's saying the component.json file is already exists. Do you like to override? We'll say yes. Then we'll like to install UI component, we'll say yes, and let's select the base UI, which is a recommended one. Okay, and then I will select the second option, which is Vega. So this is just a different theme combination and font. So we'll say Vega. Would you like to continue? We'll say yes, and then it will initialize with the latest version of the shared CN. After this, whichever component you want to use, you can simply find that component and then you can install it. So you will find this install command, simply copy that, then inside the terminal paste it. But if you want to install all the shared CN component at once, simply add npx shared CN at latest space add and then hit enter. Then it will ask you which different component you want to select. I will select all. So just press A and then hit enter. And then it will install all the shared CN component inside our project. And after this, if you go to the component folder, you will see all this component is now ready to use. Perfect. Now let's implement the sidebar. Now first thing we need to do is we have to wrap our layout inside this sidebar provider. Okay, so this is our dashboard layout and we have to wrap our dashboard layout inside the sidebar provider. Make sure to import this sidebar provider component as well. So let's wrap it something like this. Okay, and this is the import statement. So or you can just do control space, you will get this suggestion. Make sure to import that. Now once you add this sidebar provider, now let's understand how this sidebar is structured. So if you scroll down, you will see. So at the top we have so this is the outer layer called sidebar, and inside this we have sidebar header, okay, which is on the top. Then this green area is nothing but the sidebar content, and inside the sidebar content you can add a multiple sidebar group, see, which shown in the yellow color, and at the bottom in the red color we have sidebar footer. Okay, the same way we are going to add. So you can simply copy this example as it is, okay, which is called app sidebar. I will copy everything as it is, and then in order to add this component, I will go to this component folder, and inside this I'm going to create a new, not inside the UI, so inside the component folder, make sure to select that, and we'll create a custom components, okay, which we are creating, and inside the UI, which is added by the shared CN. So inside the custom, now I will add a folder called dashboard. So all the dashboard related component I will keep inside this folder, and then we'll say app sidebar.tsx file, and simply copy the paste the code which you copied, right, which has the import statement, and return inside that we have the sidebar. Perfect. Let's save this one, go back to the dashboard layout, and inside that now we'll add, or maybe you can add here app sidebar, something like this, okay, or maybe you can add out of this and save it. Now if I go back, you will see the sidebar is now added. Perfect. So that's how easy you can add the sidebar. Now in order to add, or you want to open and close the sidebar, you can add a sidebar trigger component. Okay, just add this component, you will see this small icon. Basically it will close your sidebar. Okay, perfect. So your basic structure for the sidebar is ready. Now let's add the menu option, icon, header, application name, and all of these things. So at the top we are going to add the application logo. So inside the sidebar header only we are going to add. So let's add a sidebar header, and inside this sidebar header we are going to simply add a logo first. So we'll add an image, then the source tag, and then we want to add a logo. Okay, now in order to add a logo, currently we don't have, right? So we'll create a public folder if you don't have inside your project. So we'll say public, and inside the public folder you can add all the images, assets which you want to use. So I'll simply go to the logo prism, and inside this you will get some logo placeholder. Okay, so just explore whichever like, you can just select that. I'm going to use this colorful one. Click on it, it will copy the SVG, then go to the public folder, and then here we'll say logo.svg file, and then inside this you have to just paste the code which you copied, or the SVG code, and your logo is ready. See, now let's use it. So we'll say slash logo.svg, we'll give alt tag as logo, and then we'll give a width to 40, height to 40, and make sure you will import the image from next/image and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see the application logo. Now simply add a text as well. So inside the h2 tag we'll say text, and I will name it as Whiteboard, and to this h2 we'll add a class name. So we'll say text Excel font bold. Okay, and then we'll just move in one line. So to this one we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and gap to 2. So here I will just remove item to be in the center, but basically let's do one thing. Let's wrap these two things inside the div, and to this one we'll say class name as flex, and item center gap to 2. Okay, so it will be in one line. So here you don't really need to add the class name. Okay, and if you want, you can give some padding, let's say padding to 4. Perfect, and that's how your header is now ready. Now let's add the content. Okay, so very first thing, if you see inside our navigation option, I want to add a button called create new file. So inside this sidebar group, I will just expand this sidebar group, and first thing we want to add a button. So we can use a Shatsion component, and inside that we'll say create new board and save it. And then if I go back, you will see this button called create new board. Pretty cool, right? But the color of the button, which is a black color, which is the default one. So if I go to the global CSS, you will see, if you scroll down, the primary color is kind of black, and that's why it's showing black color. But you can replace that color with your own. So inside the documentation, I already have the color palette ready for this particular project. So if you see, each color has the hex code which you can use it, but I already wrote a Tailwind CSS for the global CSS file. Simply copy and paste this from the eraser doc, and then simply save, and then you will see the change. Now the primary color of the buttons or Shatsion component is now changed to something blue. Perfect. So after this, we need to add the sidebar menu options. So we'll go to the app sidebar, and then we'll create another group So over here we'll add a sidebar group. Inside this we'll give a sidebar group label side. So here we'll say sidebar group label and we'll call it as my board. Okay, so you will see this label as well. Then let's add an option. So first we'll say menu buttons. So we'll say sidebar menu button, and inside this we need to add a menu button, or which call sidebar menu button only. Okay, we already added that menu button. And then let's add all files. So for that one I will add an icon called files. Okay, now this icon we are importing from the Lucid React and which already come with the boilerplate, and I will show you in a moment how what is this library. So simply go to the lucid.dev and here you will find a bunch of different icon which is completely free to use. Whichever icon you want, simply search it. For example, if I want apps, right? So if you see we have you can just search, hover on this one, and same name you can just type it. For example, instead of file you want to use a layout grid, so we'll say layout grid, right? And then it will import it, and over here you will see that icon. Perfect. Then you can give the name. So we'll say all files. See, something like this. If you want to give some padding, you can add. So to this class name you can just add a padding to, let's say, 4. So little bit bigger. I just made 5. I think this is much better. See, now same thing you have to do it. So I will copy this button, or before that what we can do, right now if you see this, I'm on the active one and we need to show, okay, this is the active button, so the color should be look like this, right? So if I say is active to true, then this is how it look like. See, automatically, right? So that's what the condition we need to pass. So based on the current path we have to pass the condition. So we need to get the current path. So we'll say use current path name. Now this use current path name hook we need to import it, or it's called use path name, not current but use path name. Let's import that from the next/navigation, and then you can simply add a condition. So here instead of true we'll say path dot includes, or just say path is equal to slash dashboard. If it's true, then it should be active. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so we are getting error because this we use the React hook called use path name, and we can only use the React hook when the component is on the client side. So mark the component at the client side by using use client, and then you can see it's working. Now same thing you have to copy it. So I will copy the sidebar menu buttons 2 more times. Over here we'll say shared, and for icon let's search icon. So I will say we'll use this people icon, so we'll say user round. Either you can search as a user, see, and it is importing from the Lucid React. You will also get this small preview how it actually looks, and here we'll say archive, and then I will add an icon called archive. And if I go back, you will see these 3 options, but obviously make sure these buttons are different. So here we'll say shared files, and here say archive. Now we don't have that option. Now make sure we have some gap. So basically we'll give margin top to 2, so we have small gap. Perfect. Next we'll add another group, and inside this group we'll give the group label. and inside the root variable we'll say just others, and then we'll simply copy the true option for now. So inside the first option we'll say AI helper, and I will use a sparkle icon, and over here for second option we'll say settings. Now later on we are going to update this sidebar based on what are the different features we are adding, and the icon will be settings. Okay, and obviously make sure you will update this to the correct path. So here we'll say AI and settings. Perfect. And then for the sidebar we are going to update the footer as well. So for the footer, let's expand this footer, and then I am going to use the same button at the bottom side as well. So user have option. Now once you add, if you see, the footer automatically come at the down, so you don't need to give any padding or any position, something like this. With the sidebar footer component, it automatically add that section at the bottom of the sidebar. Then over here I will add a div. Inside the div we'll simply add an h2 tag, and then we'll say to files created, and I will add a span tag total 3 for example, right? So this is just a dummy, and here I will add a class name text smaller, and that text you will see, but I want this total to be on the right side. So basically for this one we will make it flex, and then we'll say justify between, so it will be on the right side. And below that I want to add a progress bar. So there is a component called progress, and to this progress component you need to give a value something like this, and automatically it will add the progress bar. This progress bar is from shared CN only. Now for this div I will add a class name, then we'll add some padding and margin y, let's say 3, so some space, and then we'll also add a border with a rounded corner. Perfect. Okay, and over here we'll say margin bottom to 1, so some space, and below that at the end I will add one more div in order to show a user profile icon. Now in order to show user profile avatar instead of icon, we'll use an image tag. Now make sure this image tag we already imported, then source, and now in order to get a user profile avatar, right, first you need to get a user information, right? Now that you can get it from the use user hook. Okay, now this user hook we are importing from the clerk Next.js. Okay, and from once you get the users data, then you can simply say user dot image URL. Over here we'll say alt as an image URL and width and height, and here we're getting error, so we'll pass empty string as well. As you know that once we save, it's showing one error saying the host name imageclerk.com is not configured under the next.config.ts file. So for that one, simply you have to go to the next.config.ts file, and inside that you can simply add that you want to add the, or you want to whitelist this, right? So we'll say images, so just type images, and then you have to write a remote pattern. Okay, and inside that you have to give the list of different patterns. Okay, so here we close this, and okay, let's again close this one as well, and inside this we'll say protocol as a HTTPS and the host name. Now host name is very important, right? So this host name you will find over here, so this one. So simply copy this host name and then paste it here and save it. So that's how your the issue will get solved. Just refresh your screen or rerun your application, and now it whitelisted. So over here you will see a user profile icon. Perfect. Now let's add some style to that. So we'll say class name, we'll say rounded full for that particular user profile icon, and then inside the h2 tag we'll add a user first name and last name. Let's bring that in one line. So we'll say class name to flex, item to be center, gap to 2, padding to 4. I think it's let's not add a border to it, we'll just keep it like that only. I think that's pretty much we want. Or let's add the border, because what it will happen, so once you click on it, you want to add some other option as well. But that's all for this sidebar layout. Now next we'll update the header. So in order to add header, we'll add a header component under the component dashboard folder. So we'll say header, or we'll say app header.tsx, and then add a default template and save it. Now once we have the app header component, let's add it inside the layout.tsx file. I will remove this sidebar trigger from here for now, and then here we'll say app header. Now if I go back, you will see the text app header from this app header component. Now you can add this sidebar trigger inside this app header, something like this. See? Perfect. Now next to this div we'll add a class name. We'll say width full and border at the bottom with padding to 4. But right now if you see, the padding or the width of that header is only that much, right? So in order to fix it, go to the app side or go to the dashboard layout, and for this div we'll add a class name and we'll make it flex and flex 1. And now if you see, it's a full screen. But along with that, I will also make sure to add flex column default. Now if you see, we have the proper header as well, and then you can even collapse this menu option. So that's all for this particular dashboard layout. Now if you want, on inside the app header, you can also add a user button component from the clerk Next.js, and you can move that on the right side by just saying flex justify between, and then we'll say item to be in the center, something like this. See, now you can also manage your profile from the right, or you can manage from the bottom as well. So that's all for this dashboard layout. So we pretty much cover, not pretty much, but we cover all the points. So we created dashboard layout, we added the sidebar navigation, and we also updated the header. Now it's time to push our code so that CodeRabbit can review our code. So for that one, we'll go to the source control. We'll create a new branch first, and we'll give branch name as to dashboard layout. Hit enter, then stage all of these changes. I will commit message as dashboard layout and simply say commit, then push your changes, and we'll say OK to push it. Once the changes is pushed, go to the GitHub, and it automatically give you an option to create the pull request. Simply click on create pull request and then save it. Now mostly the changes which we did it is UI changes, right? Adding a sidebar and all of this information. Now if any your developers or colleague or friend want to understand what are the different changes you made inside this PR, it's quite straightforward. CodeRabbit will give you that option. So through the CodeRabbit's review change tag, you will get all your code explanation line by line. Then you will also find what are the different changes you made it, and if you want to add any comment, you can add that. AI can also help you to review these changes. The interesting thing is CodeRabbit also help us to protect your code from any AI bots or bug like that, right? So that also very helpful. So that's why you can always refer this change tag as well for a lot of different purposes. Right now we mainly focus on the UI changes, right? So better we can simply merge our pull request to the main branch, because we don't want to wait for CodeRabbit to review for the small changes. Now let's implement the dashboard page. When user is on the all files, that's where we are going to display this page. So go ahead inside the Visual Studio Code and let's implement it. So we already have the dashboard page.tsx file. I will remove this user button for now, and here we want to display this page. Now first, if you see inside this, we want to show the banner at the top and then empty state with a project card. Then we want to add, or we already have this top banner with some nice message and all. We are also going to add an empty state when there is no project, but once we have the project, then we are going to show the project preview and some basic information. Now these 4 and 5 steps will implement later on, because once we have the project, then we'll display that information. And then at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub. So let's go ahead, and inside this dashboard, first we'll say, here we'll say, just say welcome banner. Then we want to add project list / empty state. Okay. Now in order to add a welcome banner, let's create a component for that one, because for the dashboard we'll create a small component instead of putting everything in one. So under the dashboard folder in component, we'll create a new file called welcome banner.tsx. Let's add a default template for this, and then we are also going to add we'll say project list, okay, or you can say whiteboard list, whatever you want to call, you can just name it. And then let's add default template for that. Okay, now let's go to the page.tsx inside the dashboard page, and here let's import this welcome banner and then the project list. Now over here, if I go back, you will see this welcome banner and project list is now imported. Now let's go to the welcome banner and let's add a div over here. We'll add a message and we'll simply say hello, and then we want to show a username. So let's get the user information using use user. So we'll import this use user from the clerk Next.js so that we can simply show a full name. And if you see, so we are using the hook, so we need to mark this component on the client side so that we will not get this error. And now you will see the name of that login user, or we'll say welcome back and the name. And inside the p tag, I will add small note, small text. We'll say bring your idea to life on infinite canvas. Okay, so once you add this, let's add some styling. So for this, we'll say class name is equal to text to 2XL and font to bold, and save it. Okay, obviously for this div I want to give some padding, so class name is equal to padding to, let's say, 5. Okay, and let's see how it looks. Let's add padding to 10. Then we'll also add some margin to 5, and then we'll say a border with a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded to XL. And then we want to add some gradient color. Okay, so over here we'll have this, let's add background gradient to right, and then you can add some text. I think this is too dark, I believe, so let's do one thing. Instead of adding something like this, here make sure this need to be a gradient, and then we'll say from blue 200 to purple 200. Okay, I think that's all we need. Let's save it, and this is how it look like. I think this is pretty good. Below this I want to add a button, so inside the div we'll add a button, and here we'll say plus create new board. Now let's give a margin for this div, so we'll say class name margin top to 5, so some space, and I will add another button, but here we'll say AI helper, but I will also add an icon called sparkle, something like this. Okay, but we want the below that we'll say flex, and then flex column, or not flex column, but rather now here we'll add a gradient, so we'll say background gradient to right, and then we'll say from blue 200, and then we'll end the gradient to 2, and then we'll say purple 200, something like this. Okay, and save it, and if I go back, this is how it look like. Perfect. Then if you want, you can give some margin here, so we'll say margin top to 2, so some space between these two text, and then we'll add another div. Inside this div we'll add two buttons. In first button we'll say create new board, and second button we'll say we'll add a sparkle icon first, and we'll say AI helper. Okay, so two buttons are there, but make sure it's in one line. So for this one we'll add a class name is equal to flex item to be in the center and gap to 2. Then we'll also give margin top to 5, so some space. Okay, now for this button I will add a variant as outline, so it will look like an outline. Now on the right hand side you can add some cool illustration. It totally depends on how you want to add that. You can add later on. If you want to make this button size bigger, so you can add a size, and then you can say a large, and same thing you can do for the other button, and then save it. Okay, so now it's little bit bigger than the previous one. Now over here, if you remember, we gave the padding, right? But every time you have to give the padding when you are adding a new item. Now to avoid that, right, you can give padding directly to your main layout. So if I go to the dashboard layout.tsx, and you can directly add a padding to these children. So if I add a div, and then over here you can add a class name, and then you can say padding to 10. Okay, and you don't need to add a separate padding to your banner now. So you can remove this padding, and by default now you, oh sorry, not this one, you can I think remove this margin. Perfect. Okay, I think padding 10 is too much, so you can just make it 5. This is much better. Now after this adding a banner, below that we want to add an empty state, because currently we don't have any whiteboard or any project list. So inside the project list only we'll create an empty state. So we'll say constant first project list comma set project list is equal to use state, and initially it's empty. Make sure to import this use state, and then over here we'll check if project list dot length is equal to 0, then we'll add another condition, otherwise we are going to show or render the project list. Okay, and make sure to close this up, and then you can add the empty state over here. Okay, so here we'll say empty state, and then inside this we'll say project list. You can display it later on. Now inside this empty state, let's add a div first, otherwise this error will keep showing you. And inside this empty state, first we'll add a folder icon. So maybe this folder icon we can say, and here we'll give the size, or we'll just say height to 24, width to 24. I don't know how it looks. Okay, we are using a use state, so we have to mark this component on the client side. Okay, and this icon is showing now. So let's do one thing. Let's add a class name, and then to this class name we'll say height to 12, width to 12, something like this, right? And below that we'll give a message. We'll say no projects found, and then we want to just give a button to create new board. Okay, something like this. Now let's bring everything in one line, in center up. So we'll say class name. First we'll make it flex column, then item to be in the center. We'll give padding to 10. Then we'll also add a border. We'll make it rounded to XL. Then we'll give margin top to 10, right? So some margin, and then you can also give some gap to 3 between all of these elements. But this empty state is look very dull, right? So let's make it interesting. So I already have the assets folder which I am sharing with you for a free, and inside that we'll find all the images assets which we are using. One of them is a folder.png file which we are going to use. So instead of just using a folder icon, we'll use that image to display it. So we'll say source is equal to /folder.png. Then over here we'll give alt tag as a folder with a width and height, and make sure you imported the image. Let's save it, and if I replace, see, it gives much better look. Now here we'll change this size. Let's make it 62, or if you need it you can increase little bit more, maybe let's say 90. Okay, after that we'll write a proper message as well. So I will add a class name, and we'll say text to Excel, font bold, and then we'll say no board yet. So I will just update this to no boards found, and then inside the p tag we can say create your first board to start brainstorming, planning, and I will say brainstorming planning, and then you can add this button. Okay, I think that's pretty much, but for this p tag I will add a class name, and you can say text muted foreground. Let's see how it looks. So little bit lighter than the top one, and here I will make this as 2XL. Okay, now this is much better than the previous one, and same thing you can update later on for this banner. And that's how you have to create your dashboard page. There is nothing fancy we are implementing. Obviously whatever we have, we just want to show, so that next when you want to create a new board, then I will show you how to create, but the basic structure need to be there. Now I will push the code. So basically let's go over here, and inside the source control we'll create a new branch first. We'll name it as dashboard page. Hit enter and make sure it get checked out. After that I will give the commit message, and then make sure to stage all of these change, say commit, and then simply push your code. Once you push this code, then you have option to create a pull request, so that CodeRabbit will review your code, and it will also document what are the changes you made. It will give you the summary, and from the CodeRabbit change tag you can see what are the change, and it with a proper explanation, the line by line explanation. Okay, that is very good feature about the CodeRabbit. Now another important feature with the CodeRabbit is a security. Okay, so here you can simply fix the security issue before you ship. So if there is any security issue or something like that, CodeRabbit will scan your repo and then it will fix it for you. Now you can start with this free trial, and these are some of the important features you will find inside the security, like AI deep scanning, security peer review, secret detection, and many others. Simply click start your free trial, it's due today, it's $0, but it's just 14-day trial which you can give a try. And if you see, CodeRabbit is ready with this review change tag. But right now we just make the UI update, no big deal. So we'll just merge our pull request to the main branch. Now let's learn how to create a new project and save that created project into the database. Now very first step, when user click on the create new whiteboard or a board, right? At that time we have to open a dialog, and in that dialog user can enter the name of the project or whiteboard name, and then on the click of create we have to make sure to save the project name or whiteboard name into the database. Okay, and then once it save it, obviously it will return the some unique project ID, or you can save our own project ID, and then it will navigate to that workspace. Okay, so we have to create a new route called /workspace/project ID. Now this is the short version, and inside the note it gives a step-by-step guide how to do it. So let's implement and start with the first step, that on the click will open the dialog. Now if I go back over here, if you see we have few different, not different, but we have few create new board button. So at this sidebar we have two, on the home page we also have two, right? And all of these will act, or which will help us to open the same dialog. So instead of implementing for on every on click method, we'll create a one component and then we'll reuse that. So for that we'll go to the Visual Studio, and then first thing inside the dashboard only we'll create a new component, and we'll say create new board dialog.tsx. Okay, and let's add a default template. Now here we need to create a dialog. Okay, now in order to implement a dialog which will open on the click of button, we are going to use a shared session dialog. So you have two options, either you can use a dialog or model, but we'll go with a dialog. So if you click on it, so where user can enter the project name, and you can see the example how it actually works. Now dialog component is already installed, so you don't need to install separately. But in order to use it, first let's import this all the import statement. Then we'll use this example as it is and simply paste it. Basically your dialog is now ready. Now in order to open a dialog, see you have this dialog trigger which basically help us to open the dialog. Okay, now instead of this dialog trigger, right, we want to open the dialog on the click of this button. So basically we can replace this with the actual button, right? And then inside that I will add a plus icon, and then we'll say create new board. Okay, now whatever the button we have, we created. Now we can simply use this component to open the dialog. So for example, let's say I will go to the app sidebar first, because that's where we use this sidebar, and I will remove this button now, and in place of in replace with that button we'll use this new board dialog, and then save it. Make sure to import that and close it. Now if you see we have this button. Now if I click on it, see the dialog is open. Perfect, right? So that's what we want. But make sure the width of this button is full. So maybe we can say class name is equal to width full. See, something like this. And when you click on it, it will open the dialog. Same thing you have to do for the footer. So inside the app sidebar, let's copy the same component, and instead of that footer button, now I will replace with a component. Now on that one as well it will open. Same thing you have to do it on this home page. So first I will go to the welcome banner. As well we are going to replace with create new board dialog component, and also we want to update it inside the empty state. So under the project list we have this button, that where also we are going to replace it. Now we'll go back and we'll test this out. So whenever you click on create new board, see the dialog will open. Okay, now make sure all of these 4 buttons is opening that particular dialog. Now on this dialog we want to replace with a proper text box so that user can enter the project name. So let's go to the create new dialog, and obviously everything will be as it is, but we'll change this dialog title. We'll say workspace, or we'll say a whiteboard workspace name, whiteboard workspace title, or you can say name, and then inside this description, right? So if you don't want description, you can remove it or you can keep it as it is. So I will remove that, but after the dialog header we'll add a div, or you can say dialog content, or let's say just div, and inside this we'll add a label. I will say enter whiteboard workspace name, and then we'll use input box. So we'll say input box. I don't know whether this is from, or let's go ahead and take this out. So we want an input. So inside the dialog we have this input field, and in order to use it you can just write input, nothing else. So we'll say input from UI component and save it. Now inside this we'll say a placeholder with a workspace name. Now if I go back to our app, and here you will see the workspace name. Now if you think this particular title need to be a bigger, so you can just change this class name, and we'll say text larger, font bold. Now it's little bit bold, and then we have this name over here. I will say class name with margin top to 1, and for label, if you want to give a different color, so we'll say text gray, let's say 500, so little lighter color. Okay, and option to enter the workspace name, and below that you need to give a button. So after the dialog content we'll say dialog footer, and inside this dialog footer we'll add 2 buttons. So one is for cancel, and other button will say create. Now over here I think dialog also have dialog close button, so we'll say dialog close. See, so basically inside the dialog close you can add this cancel button. Okay, and you can add any variant you want. Now over here, oh, I think I added in different place. Maybe we need to wrap this inside the content only. Now if I open it, see, you got this create and cancel button where you can enter the name of the workspace, and then you have option to create or cancel. If I cancel it, automatically get cancelled, but on create obviously nothing is happening because we don't have any method call on that one, right? And also we have to make sure on the click of create the dialog will get closed. Now let's add and let's save the user entered value. So here we'll say constant workspace name comma set workspace name is equal to use state, and initially we provide empty value. Make sure to import the use state, and then inside the input you can simply add the on change method. So here we'll say on change is equal to, so it will emit the event, and then we'll set the workspace with the e.target.value. Okay, and let's save this. Now you can add some limitation that the character limit it should be minimum or what, like that, right? So that you can add it. So we'll create a new method called constant handle create board as a method name and the arrow function. So inside that we'll say workspace.trim is equal to null. Then we can say okay, you have to enter the workspace name or something like that, or we can add a condition or workspace name dot length, if it's greater than, let's say, 30, then also you can say toast message. Okay, now obviously you can add toast message. Toast message is nothing but kind of notification. Okay, so let me show you how it actually work. So if I go to the chat and search for the component called sonar, so over here you will see a component called sonar. So basically it's called toast again. Previously it was used to call sonar, but now it's toast, and if you click on it, you will see this toast message, right? Similar toast message we are going to show. Now we already have the toast component added, and this toast message is very helpful in order to show some kind of notification, error message, success message, right? Now in order to add inside your layout.tsx, you have to add this toaster component. So basically let's go to the layout file. So let's go to the root layout, and inside this root layout I will add this toaster component. Okay, once you import this toaster component, then in order to use it, you can simply add. Oh, so you don't need this, and we'll simply say, I think we can just add toast. We have to import this toast from the component dot. Let me see, because it's recently changed. So you can see the example. So it's just toast dot add. If you want a default success message, right, that also you can show it, but with a recent change you can just say toast dot add, and inside this you have to provide a title or type and the description. But here in this example, if you see, they also provide a title and description. So here you can say a type, which is error, title will say invalid workspace name, and here this need to be a description, and then save it. Perfect. And this handle create board method, you can connect it to this on click method. So for this button you can add on click, and handle created board method will get called. So over here if I click, and if I try to click create, right, it will give you the toast message. So right now if I refresh it, let's refresh it once and try to create it. So somehow the toast message is not displaying. Oh, I think we did not save. Yeah, and now if you see, we got the toast message, invalid workspace name. Okay, now basically you can add another condition. If there is an empty workspace name, then you can simply disable this create button. So over here I will add a disable, and then we'll say if workspace name dot length, if is equal to 0, then simply disable it. So here we need to say disable. So right now if I set empty, see the button is disabled. If I type something, then this button will get enabled. So basically we are pretty much ready with the UI component. Now it's time to understand how to save it, right? So then next step, because we already finished the second step as well, that it opened the dialog. Now we need to save it to our database. Now we need to have a table to save our projects. Now in order to create the table inside our database, let's go to the schema file inside the DB. Currently we only have the user table. Now let's create a new table. So we'll say export constant, we'll say board, you can say whiteboard, right, or we'll say or let's say board only, boards is equal to, and then you have to write pg table, then give the actual name. So we'll say boards, and then you have to provide the different column you want to add. So let's say first column will say id, which is a primary key and which is the auto incremental, so that's the reason we say serial. Then I want to add a board id, or you can say a project id. Okay, project id is easy to understand and fastly, right? So we'll say project id, and this project id of type anything, right? So you can say of type varchar. So we'll say a varchar. Make sure to import this varchar from the pg core, and then you have to give the name of that column. Okay, obviously this project ID will be not null, so you can add a condition as well, and this will be a unique, so you can add the unique constraint or unique condition. After this, after the project ID, we also need to have the who added this record, right? Which user, or you have option, you can use a user ID or you can use the user's email directly. So I will go with the user email. So here we'll say user email, and then we'll simply say varchar user email, and this is not null. You can also add a created at, right, when it get created, and you can provide with a default value. And the most important the project name, so that also I'm going to add, and then save it. But as you know that you can add user ID and other fields if you want to connect these tables or whatever the things you want to do later on. But I want to make this project to the beginner level. I don't want to confuse a lot of with a different concept, so I will keep it as simple as it is. Now once you added this particular table, right, I will just change this to a projects only, so I don't want to get confused with this name and all of this, so we'll say projects. Now in order to push it, simply open a terminal and run a command npm run db push. Okay, so once you push it, if you see it's saying the changes are applied. Now you can go to the neon and check it out. But there is another way that you can run the database studio locally. Okay, so in order to run the database studio locally, you can just type npm run db and say studio, and then it will run the local result studio on in your local machine. Means you can directly run locally as well. See, so here we'll say allow, and then if you see this URL, and now we have this another table called projects, and inside this you will see all of this column. Later on obviously we are going to add more column into this, but for now we are good, and right now whatever we needed in this chapter, we added all of this column. Perfect. It means you successfully created a brand new table called projects. After this, we need an API to save the project, right? So that we can make an API call and then we can save it. So go to the API. Inside this API folder, we'll create a new endpoint, or by creating a new folder, and we'll call it as a projects. Inside this, we'll create a route.ts file. Then simply say export async function, and then we want a post request, so we'll say post request, and then we'll give a type next request. Make sure to import that. After this, we need to get the post body parameters, so we'll say constant. Here we'll need a project name, right? Then we also need a project ID. I think that's the only two important information right now we need. It is equal to, we'll say await request.json. As simple as that. Now once you have this information, you simply need to insert those inside your table. But in order to insert into a table, you also need a user email, right? Now in order to get a user email, you know how to get it, so we'll say constant user is equal to await current user, right? So this current user we are importing from the Clerk Next.js server, and now you can say constant result is equal to await db, because we need to insert the record, insert, and then we need to give the table name, so we'll say projects dot values, and then provide the value, the project ID, which we are already have the project ID, so I will pass that project ID. Then the project name, we also have the project name, so I will pass the project name as well. The user email, which we can get it from the user dot primary email address dot email address, and created at, and it will automatically add it for us, and ID as well, so you don't need to add manually. Now here we are getting error because it might think that project name might be empty and address as well might be an empty. So make sure to add some default value to it. And then at the last we'll say returning. So it will return the inserted record. And we'll say in return next response dot JSON result of 0. Okay. Now here you can add one more check if the project ID or project name. Okay, if it's not there, so you can add a not condition. Then you can return response dot JSON with a message, or we'll say error project information missing. Okay, I think that's all you can write. You can provide the status if you want, and that's how easily your project API endpoint is ready. Okay, which will insert the project information to the database. Now let's go ahead inside our dialog component, so that on click of create we can simply insert it. So inside the custom, we'll inside the create new board dialog. After this if condition, we can simply call this method, but over here we'll say return, so it will not execute to the next line, but over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot, not db, sorry, my bad, just undo it. Here we'll need to call Axios because we want to call a method with a post request slash API slash and give the API endpoint name, which is projects. Right now we have to pass a body. Now inside the body we have to pass a project name, which is nothing but the workspace name, and then we have to pass the ID, right? So we'll say project ID. Now this project ID we have to generate a unique, so we'll say constant project ID is equal to, so for that one you can say crypto, okay, dot random UUID, so which will generate a random unique ID for you, and then this project ID you can pass it. As we are using await, we have to mark this method as async and then save it. Once you get the result, right, you can console the data to verify, so we'll say result dot data, and then you can add a toast message, so we'll say constant add, and then you can add a type as success, then you can add a title as here what we can add title, let's say new workspace created, and that's all. Okay, and save it. So one more important thing I want to show you. So if I go to the layout.tsx, so over here for this toaster, it used to have one method, but it's not showing somehow. So we only have this different method called limit, timeout, and toast manager. But let's save it and let's get back to our dialog. Okay, so I hope you understand this. Now another important thing, when you click on create, right, it takes a few seconds or milliseconds to save information to the database and return the result. In that meantime, we have to show some kind of loading state so that user will not enter the create button multiple times. Now in order to add a loading state, you can simply define a constant with a loading, set loading is equal to use state, and then initially I will say a false value. Whenever user click on handle create button, and when it's getting created, we'll set the loading as true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as false. As simple as that, right? So let's go ahead and let's attach this. So for this button, we'll disable this button whenever loading is true, and we are going to show a loading state. So basically, whenever the loading is true, I will add a loader icon, and I'm going to animate this loader icon using animate spin and save it. Now let's go ahead and test this out complete scenario. So let's refresh it, click on create new board, it created workspace. So I will say my workspace 1 and then simply click create. Now if you see, we have the loading state and then boom, it's basically created this new workspace. Now you can go ahead and check it inside your database. So if I refresh this project, right, you will see the new workspace is created with the ID 1, project ID with a unique ID, the workspace name, who added that, and then when it get created. Perfect, it's worked. But when the project is created, right, we have to make sure it navigate to the new route and it will also close this current dialog. So that is very important to close the dialog, right? So in order to do that, first I will define one state called dialog comma set dialog is equal to use state, and then initially let's set it as a false, or let's set it as a true maybe. Let's see how it works. Then you scroll down and to this dialog it has a method called open, and then you can pass the dialog. But it also have another method called on open change. Whenever on open change, right, you can set the dialog value. So dialog value will be true or false. Okay, so by default let's say false only, and then save it. Now whenever it get created, you can set the dialog. So here we'll say set the dialog to false. So automatically it will close it. Okay, and save it. Now you also want to navigate to the new route. Right now we don't have, but we can still navigate it. It will just return 404 error. Now in order to navigate it, you have to navigate programmatically. So you can use a router, or you can say constant route is equal to use router. Make sure you will import that from the next/navigation, and then you can add that using route dot push, right, and where you want to navigate. So we'll say slash workspace slash and then project ID you have to give, right. So we'll say project ID because we already have the project ID, and then save it. Now let's go ahead and create another one. So we'll say my workspace 2. I created it. It will automatically close the dialog, and then if you see, it also navigate to the new route with that project ID. So that's how you have to save or create the project or workspace ID and save it to our database. And after that, we have to make sure to navigate to the new route. Perfect. I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it is very important to show it on the screen, but right now we don't have any preview or anything like that. But still we can show it. So now we have the list of workspace, right? But you just need to create a new API endpoint which will fetch the all the project list, and you can display it, which we can implement later on in this project. But for now, make sure you implemented this complete workflow. Okay. Now it's time to push our code so that CodeRabbit will review the code. So we'll go to the source control and we'll create a new branch. We'll give the name for dot create new whiteboard workspace. Hit enter, make sure it get checked out. Then I will give the commit message and make sure to stage all of these changes, and then we'll say commit. After that, we have to publish your branch. So make sure to publish, and then we'll go back to our GitHub in order to create a pull request. So you will get a option to create a pull request and simply click create pull request. So what it will do, it will create the pull request, and then CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code. It will get automatically trigger once you create the pull request. And also you will see the change review stack, which will basically help us to explain you a line by line code. Now we also implement the API, the front end, right? It is very important to review the CodeRabbit's comments and check if there is something that you think need to change. Make sure to fix it. Now once the CodeRabbit review, you can just check it out. You can also review this change tag. but you can just go through it. And just one important thing I found, that it's saying the validate the persistent contract on the server. Okay, so you can view what is the issue with this and all. The one which I think this need to be fixed, that reject unauthenticated request before insertion, right? So basically before insert we have to check if user is authenticated or not, and then only we should allow user to insert it. Otherwise it will just go to the next line and it will enter with the empty data, right? So that also we need to check. And if you are using AI, you can have this prompt for the AI agent. Now in order to fix it, what you need to do, you can go back to the your route.ts which we just created, and here you can add a condition. If the user is not there, right, or you can write like something, if user dot primary email address dot email address, if it's not there, then you can simply return it. Okay, and if you see, CodeRabbit also give you the suggestion how to fix it automatically, because we already reviewed that particular PR with that. And then here we'll say authentication unauthorized user, we'll say unauthorized user, unauthorized user. Okay, and you can also provide the status if you want. I think that's all I wanted. So once you save, you can again stage all of this change, and here we'll say quick fix on unauthorized user, say commit, and then you have to push these changes to the existing PR. Once you push it, if I refresh it, you will see that change. Right now if you see, we have two commit, one is the create new whiteboard and another commit we just gave, right? And now if I go to our conversation, now CodeRabbit again will review that change and then it will update it for you. Okay, once that is done, right now if you see there is one pending check, because it's again start reviewing the updated changes. And once you are happy with it, simply merge your pull request to the main branch. Now let's implement the most interesting part of this application, which is adding a whiteboard to your workspace layout. So inside this chapter, we are going to set up the proper whiteboard, so where user can easily add his notes, type, and many other tools he can use it. And later on we are going to customize it. But first, inside this we are going to set up the workspace layout along with the header. Then we are going to add and switch between whiteboard and document feature, where user can easily switch between those two items. Then we are going to render the whiteboard workspace. Then we are going to load an initial data if it's there. Otherwise, whenever user add any elements, we are going to save that into the database, as simple as that. Okay, and then once it's saved, so whenever user load back, then he will see that data. So user don't need to click save button every time. Okay, so we can also add an auto save whenever user add any element. So let's go ahead, and first thing we need to do is to create a new route, because we need to add a workspace route first. So if you remember, right, we were navigating to our application something like /workspace/ some ID, right? But this ID can change anytime, because this is just a project ID, correct? So the question is how to add this dynamic routing. So inside this app folder, we'll create a new folder called workspace, because we want a new route. And inside this, in order to create a dynamic route, you have to give the folder name with a square braces, and then you have to add, let's say, project ID, we'll say, or you can say workspace ID, whichever you like, and then hit enter. Now this can change. Okay, this value of this particular project ID can be anything. And now inside this project ID, you can add page.tsx file, and here we'll add a default template and we'll call it as a workspace whiteboard, or just say workspace, and then save it. Now if I go back and click on this workspace, you will see now it's rendering, so we don't have any error. And even if I create a new board, let's say my workspace 2, or let's say 3, and simply click create. Then it created, and now we are not getting any 404 error. And if you see this particular route, perfect. Now first thing, we need to add a header. If you see header carefully, we need to give the name of that workspace, then the logo, option to switch between the document and the whiteboard, and at the right we will add a save button and other button like share or any other. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's implement that. So for this one, I'm gonna create a component, a separate component folder. So under the custom, we'll create a workspace as a new folder, and inside this we'll add workspace header. I will say workspace header dot tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this workspace header I'm going to implement, or will add it inside the workspace, something like this. And now you will see the workspace header text. Now inside the workspace header, let's add a logo first with the source. Here we'll say /logo.svg. In alt tag we'll say logo, and width let's say 35, height to 35. And once you save, you will see the logo. Obviously for this particular header, we'll give a padding to let's say 3 and border bottom. So now we have padding and the border as well, so it look like a header. Then we want to add the name of the workspace, right? So what we'll do, we'll wrap this inside the div, and then here we'll add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll just say, right now we don't have the name, okay, we need to fetch it. So we'll say workspace name placeholder. Okay, and let's bring that in one line. So we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, gap to 2, and item to be in the center. Perfect. Then in the center we want to add a switch, right? And then on the right we need to add extras button, which we want to add on the right side. Correct. Now in order to add a switch in between inside this header, we are going to use a shadcn component. So simply go to the ui.shadcn.com and search for the tab component. Okay, so inside the tab, if you see, this is how it switch. Correct. So we are going to use that. It already imported, so you don't need to import it again. But let's copy this, we'll add that, and then we'll copy this example as it is, and inside the switch we'll add it. Okay, now we don't need this tab content because I will show you why we don't need it. And let's change this tab to let's say here we can call it as whiteboard, and here we'll call docs, or we'll say just doc. I change the value, so here we'll say value to whiteboard and doc, and the default value you can just say whiteboard and save it. Now if I go back, you will see these two tabs, and I can switch it between these two, but we want in the center. So you can simply add a flex and we'll say justify between, so it will be in the center. See, and on the right side, because we already have the div, let's say you just add a button to save it. So you have this save button. Right now we'll keep it as simple as that. Now the question is, whenever I switch between whiteboard and document, based on that I want to show the proper component, right? We need to render the proper component. So this we need to add on value change method, and let me show you what it actually return. So we'll just console it for now, okay, so that you will understand what it actually return. So right now it's saying event handle cannot be passed on the client component, as this is server side right now, but we have to make sure it will be on the client side. So I will change this to a client, and now it's render, the error is gone. Let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I switch this, see doc, so it's saying doc. If I switch this to whiteboard, it changed to whiteboard. Perfect. So that's what we want. Now we just need to set this value. So here we'll say selected tab, Okay, now this selected tab we have to pass back something like this, and then we'll provide a type props. So here we'll define a type props, make sure it's a props with a P capital, and then we'll say selected tab of type any, or you can give it as a void. Okay, so that's what we gave the prop. And now inside the workspace header you have to accept this prop as a selected tab, and let's whatever the value it comes, so obviously it will return some value, right? So let me console that value for you so that you will understand what it actually return. And here I will provide a type string. Let's save this. And obviously here as well we used a function, so we need to mark this component as well on the client side. Now if I go to the inspect panel and then go to the console, and if I switch it, you will see I'm getting the result inside the page.tsx now, because we pass whatever the value is selected back to the parent component, as this is a child component, and we pass the value back to this parent component, right? Now whatever the value is selected we need to save. So we'll say constant, we'll say active tab comma set active tab is equal to use state, and obviously by default we'll say it's a whiteboard. Okay, and then save it. Now over here I will set the active tab, so whatever the value come it will save it. As simple as that, right? Now we already know the active tab value, so based on that you can render whether you want to render the whiteboard or you want to render the document. Now let's create a two different component for one for the whiteboard and one for the document. So inside the workspace we'll create a whiteboard.tsx file. Let's add a default template for it, and another for the document. I will say smart document smart doc.tsx, and let's add default template for this one. Now over here based on the conditions we'll say if active tab is equal to whiteboard, then we'll show or we'll render the whiteboard component, otherwise we'll render smart doc component, and then close it. Now if I go back, let's close this. Now if you see by default is whiteboard, if I change to doc it will show doc, if I change to whiteboard it will show the whiteboard. So you can easily switch it. Now inside the workspace header let's update little bit. So for this save I will add a save icon, then we'll also add one more icon for a share. So here we'll say share, and I will change this to share as well. So now we have save and share. If you want you can change the button for this one. So if you say variant, so you have different variant, let's say destructive, say save it. So this is how it look like. I think instead of destructive let's change this color completely, so maybe, or let's keep it like this for now, or you can just add a variant as outline. And then for this div we'll make it flex gap to let's say 2, so some space. Perfect. So that's how our header is ready, and now we want to add the whiteboard. So currently if you see our switch is not in the center, that's because for this tab we have this default width added. So let's remove that and save it, and now if you see it's in the center of the screen. Now we are going to implement a whiteboard. Many popular tools like a eraser, ClickUp, even Miro, it uses some basic or a base for the whiteboard like Excel Draw, or you can also use a TL Draw, which is very popular. But in this particular project we are going with an Excel Draw, because Excel Draw give you a complete control over the customization, and it's open source, it's completely free to use, and you can integrate. The most popular example to use this Excel Draw inside the eraser. Okay, so eraser document also uses the Excel Draw behind the scene. But if you want to go little bit advanced but it's kind of free again, but it comes with some logo, and you can also buy the licensing with this TL Draw. That is also very popular. Many popular software like ClickUp or Mobin uses this TL Draw. Now, in order to implement or integrate the Excel Draw, simply go to the docs.exceldraw.com and then simply navigate to the documents. Inside this, you will see an option called installation. Now, first you have to install this Excel Draw. So we'll copy this command as it is, then we'll go to our Visual Studio Code, and then inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal and then simply paste it here. So basically, it will install the Excel Draw for you. After this, if you scroll down a little bit, you can go to the integration section where it help you how to integrate. So right now, if you see, this is the import statement that you need to add. Okay, so we already have this whiteboard component. Inside that, we'll add this Excel Draw import statement, and then this div component with the Excel Draw. So let's add it something like this and save it. Now make sure you will put this component on the client side. Otherwise, you might get an error. Once you save it, let's go back and then refresh your screen, and then you will see the result something like this, right? It's little bit weird because it look like the CSS or styling is completely missing. So in order to import the styling, you can simply say import, and then we'll say Excel Draw / index.css, and then save it, and boom, if you see the result, now we have proper tools, then we have the layout. Obviously currently we added a 500 pixel, but if I change this to let's say 85 vertical height, and let's refresh this, let's make it 90, and now we have full screen whiteboard ready. Here you can draw the elements, you will see the colors, and you can even write anything. You have the text, you can add images, you also have eraser, everything work smoothly. Okay, pretty cool. It means your whiteboard is pretty much ready. But obviously we are going to update and customize this whiteboard. We don't want Excel Draw branding. We are going to add our own branding inside this whiteboard. It means we are going to remove this all the toolbar. We want to move on the left side with our own icon. Then we want to add some AI features, some extra elements as well into this whiteboard, and lot of other things. So that's why we are going to use Excel Draw so that we can add some customization. Now, whenever you add any element, right, we need to make sure those element is getting saved. Now, inside the document, this document has all the information which you need it. Okay. For example, if you want to customize the style, you can use the customize style option. So if I go to the style, here we have the different style which you can apply, and also under the API you will see a different props as well. Now if you expand, if you see this initial data, right, you can even load the initial data. For example, right now if I go to our application, let me bring it over here and refresh it, it's empty, right? But if you want to load with the initial data, you can simply provide an initial data, something like this. I will copy that, then inside the Excel Draw, simply pass the initial data, and make sure to close it. Let's copy properly because we are getting some error. And just ignore this error, save it, and if you see, now if I reload it, it will come up with the initial data because we added the rectangle as an element, and also it has a background color, right? If I remove the background color and I'll refresh it, then you will see just this particular rectangle. So that's how you can load the initial data. Right now I will just remove that. Now the next thing, we want to save whatever the element we added so that we can easily load it. Okay, so for this one we are going to add onChange method. So for this Excel Draw, it has a method called onChange, and this method we are gonna simply call it. So we will say handle canvas change, and this method we are going to define. So we'll say constant handle canvas change, and inside this we'll get the elements. Here type is read only any, or read only any type. Then it also return the app state of type any. Okay, and then the arrow function. Then over here you can console the app state just for the information how it come up with. Now another important thing before moving forward, right, when you define the Excel draw, so maybe inside this Excel draw API, right, over here you have to define this API so that you can use it anywhere. So I will define this state first at the top. Make sure to import this use state, and then we have to define this API reference. So whenever the Excel draw load, it will set the value. So right now if you are getting this error, let's say TS ignore for now and then save. Now remember one thing, whenever you make a change, as we are using Excel draw, it might not reflect. You have to manually reload, okay, with this new whenever you make the changes inside this whiteboard component. And along with this canvas, you can also have one more field called files. Okay, I will put a type any. Now once we get the field, obviously we need to save elements, app state and the file into the database. Okay, now we already have all of these. So basically this handle canvas change will get this value, but we have to make sure we don't want to save every time when the changes make immediately, right? We'll put a 10 seconds of time, which will basically call a debounce time, and whenever there is no change up to 10 seconds, then only it will trigger the save query. Now in order to maintain this time, right, first we'll define a reference for that. So we'll say constant save time reference is equal to use reference. Okay, and you can put a type any over here, and initially I will define it as null. Now basically what it will do, it will help us to check the time. Okay, so here we'll say we'll cancel the previous timer. Will say if save time reference dot current, then we'll clear the timeout with save time reference dot current. Okay, and if after that, otherwise we'll start a new 10 seconds timer, and over here we'll say save time reference dot current is equal to set timeout, and over here we'll simply call save method, and then we'll put a 10-second timer. Okay, so I hope you understand this. It's very straightforward. Whenever the handle canvas change call, it will reset the timer and then it will call save method. But if user immediately make the change, right, then again it will cancel it and it will call this save method, and save method will get called only after 10 seconds is completed. Otherwise the timer will get clear out, and obviously the save method will not get called, which is previously running, right? So that's how this particular handle canvas change will work. Now we have to write a method to save the data, right? So we'll say constant save canvas changes, I will say, and the arrow function. Okay, right now obviously this will accept few field. So one of them is elements. Then obviously we'll copy everything as it is because all of this file we need. Okay, and then save it. Now before writing a logic, obviously we need a table into our database to save all of this value. So we'll go to the schema and we'll create a new table called whiteboard data, I will call. Then here we'll say PG table, here we'll say whiteboard data, and then the arrow function. Obviously here we'll put ID. Then you have to provide a project ID, okay, because we already have the project ID, and that project ID we are also going to add it in order to refer it. Now here we are going to refer it, so we'll first say varchar project ID, and we have to attach to this particular reference, right? So we'll say references, arrow function, then we'll give the table name dot project ID, okay, to refer it. After this, we'll say elements of type, you can put any type. So for element, we'll say JSON B, PG core, and again we'll say elements for it is same thing. We have to do it for the app state. So we'll call JSON B, and here we'll say app state, and the last but not least files, and for here we'll say JSON B app state. Okay, so these are the field we just added. I think we don't need any other field because we already connected to this project table. So basically, if you want, you can add the user email, but I don't know, I think we don't really need that. So let's save everything now, and after this we are going to push these changes. So our database will be updated with this new table. So I will stop our studio first, and I will run this npm run db push command. So we will push the latest changes, and then we'll run the studio. Obviously we're gonna verify whether this new table is added or not. So make sure to reload your Visual Studio, and then you will see a new table called whiteboard data, and inside that you will see ID, project ID, elements, app state, and so over here there is some change. So we need to add a file. So somehow it added as a project name. So this need to be changed to files. Okay, obviously the name which we give column name is incorrect. Now what you need to do, you need to again push the changes. You make the update your schema, and then reload your schema, and now you will see the files. Perfect. Now after this, once you have the schema and the table ready, we have to create an API endpoint. So go to this API, go to the projects, or better we can create a new API endpoint called whiteboard, and inside this we'll create a route.ts file. Then here we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request. So we'll say post, then we'll add a next request and the arrow function. Obviously we need to get some elements. So here we'll say constant, first the project ID, then elements, files, app state is equal to, we'll say await request dot JSON. So this will need to get it from the post request of the body from the post request. Then we'll get the user information. So here we'll say await current user, and if the user is not there, then we'll return next response dot JSON, and we'll say unauthorized user. Okay, so this error will give. Otherwise after this we'll check if project ID is there, then we are going to save the information. So we'll say simply constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and now we want to insert to a whiteboard data table dot values, and inside this we need to add all of this value. Now very first thing, project ID, so we'll add a project ID, then the elements, so we'll say elements because we already have that information, then the app state, and then the files. Okay, so all of this information once we add, we can say returning, so which will just return the inserted record, and then we'll say return the response from this API endpoint with the result. Otherwise if project ID is not there, so we can add the error. So we'll say return next response dot JSON project information missing, and save it. So that's how you can create the API endpoint. Now this will only insert the record, okay, but here is the problem. We don't want to insert every time, okay. Obviously if user is updating the existing one, we have to run the update query, not just the insert one. So to do that, right, so what we'll do, over here we'll say on, so it has a method called on conflict do update, okay. So if there is a conflict, then it will just update it, otherwise it will insert the record. So first we have to define the target value, on what value you have to match. So we'll say whiteboard data dot project id. Make sure the project id, if it's not there, then insert it. If it's already there, then don't insert. And then we'll set the value. So for the set value, we'll just copy this 3 value as it is, and then we'll paste it, okay. So that's how you have to insert, and if it's already exists, then it will just update that particular document. Now inside the schema, right, we don't have when user updated this particular file, so we can add a new column called updated at, and for this one I will add a default timestamp and then save it, okay. So obviously you add a new column, it means you have to run this push command, which will update your table inside your database, and then you can simply add that particular column. So over here you can simply say update at, and then you can add new date, something like this, and then save it. Now once your API endpoint is ready, we'll go to the whiteboard, and we already have this method called save canvas change, and inside this we are going to call it. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, we'll say slash API slash whiteboard, and then inside the body we'll pass elements as elements, then app state as app state, and then files as files. And most important, we need to pass a project ID. Now the question is how to get this project ID. So in order to get a project ID, as you remember, we are inside this project, the dynamic route, right, and from it we can easily get that particular value. So we'll say constant project ID, or is small, so make sure the name is correct, and then is equal to, we'll say use params, okay. So basically from it automatically we'll get the project ID. So use param is a React hook which importing from the next/navigation, and if you scroll down, now we'll add a project ID and then save it. Now this save canvas change we need to call inside this timeout, and make sure to pass all the elements, app state and files. And here we can also add a toast message. So we'll say toast dot add changes saved. You can, this need to be a title, so we'll say changes saved. Then you can add a type as success, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will refresh this, make sure to refresh because this is new changes, and now if I make this square, okay, and obviously it will save after 10 seconds. So we'll wait, and now if you see, it give a toast message called changes saved. Now it really saved or not, obviously we need to verify by going to the database, refresh it. Okay, our Result Studio is not running, so make sure to run the Result Studio. And now once it reload, it look like it's really not saved our data. See, we are not getting any data over here. So in that case, let's go to the console and check if there is any error. So right now if you see, it's saying there is no unique or exclusive constraint matching on conflict specification. So this, because of this error, we are getting an issue. Now this error means we have to make sure there need to be a unique constraint, right? So inside the schema we have this project ID, but we have to make sure this project ID is not null and unique, okay, similar like this one. So over here we'll just say not null, and then we'll say a unique constraint and then save it. Obviously you made the change, so you have to push that change to your database, and then I will run the studio again. Now over here you don't need to make any change, so let's test this out. So I will refresh it, I will add this change, and now we'll wait for the 10 second, and after 10 second you will get this. You might think, okay, I paused the video, so just to show you. Okay, now I will go to the result ORM, and now if you see, for the whiteboard we have the data, we have the project ID, then we have the elements, right? So we only have the one element, which is the rectangle, right? So that's what it's added, so of type rectangle, and or the parameter like width, height, and all other detail. The app state, okay, so it will return the app state. So this is the again bunch of different field, and files we don't have anything. And over here if you see, we have the created ad. Now the interesting thing is, if you make some change, let's say you added the color, you added another elements, right, and then you wait, obviously it will keep updating your timer as you are still editing it. Okay, and only after 10 seconds it will save the information. Right now if you see, it's saved. Now if I go back to our table, if I refresh it, you will see the time is also changed and updated. And now if I go to the elements, you will see two elements. This is the first and this is the second, which is of type ellipse. Perfect, right? It means we successfully saved our data to the database. Now one more important thing, if you remember, even though the data is not saved and we got error, it still show it's successfully saved, right? That's because it's still returning some other information. Means obviously we have to find the issue, so we have to wrap this inside the try catch block. So we'll add a try block, and then we'll add a catch block. If there is any error, it will catch it, and then you can add some return. We'll say internal server error, and then save it. So that's how sometimes you have to handle a catch. Obviously make sure you can also pass the proper status code. That is again very important. Now once this is completed, you are successfully able to save the data and all. Now it's time to push our code. So we'll create a new branch first, and here we'll say whiteboard workspace layout and save workspace or whiteboard data. Hit enter, then simply add the commit message, stage all the changes, say commit, and then make sure to publish this branch. Once it published, go to your GitHub. From here we have to create the pull request, so we'll get an option to create the pull request. Then click on compare and create the pull request, and then click create pull request. And then once the pull request is created, CodeRabbit will review your code automatically. It also generates the change review tag, from where you can see what are the different changes with the line by line explanation with all the details. Now in this chapter we are going to customize our whiteboard. So first we are going to replace our toolbar, which is on the top side, right, and we want to move this on the left side. Along with that we want to add a custom icons for those. So let's do it. So very first thing, I'm going to hide this element properties section. So in order to hide it, first I will create a .css file. Now one more important thing, I already comment this save auto save changes just for the testing purpose. I don't want to trigger the save functionality every time. Now inside the workspace we'll create whiteboard.css file, and inside this CSS file we have to write code to hide this. Now in order to know which class do we want to use, simply hover on this particular sidebar, and then you will find this island app menu left, right? So copy this class name, you don't need to copy this island, and then simply you have to write dot, because this is an Excel draw the main class is Excel draw, so we'll say Excel, so Excel draw, and then we'll say dot app menu left, and inside this we'll say display none. But it is very important to add exclamatory mark important, so it will override this particular class. And now if I go back, make sure to refresh your screen, and if I add, okay, it's still displaying because we have to make sure that this whiteboard.css we will import in our whiteboard.tsx file inside our component, right? So here we'll say slash, just we need to add whiteboard, or just dot slash whiteboard.css, and let's refresh it. Okay, still it's displaying, okay, for some reason. So let me see why it's not working. So I will go to the whiteboard. Oh, the spelling is incorrect, so this need to be an Excel with a A, so this need to be Excel draw, and let's try it out. And now if you see, even though if I select, that sidebar is not get triggered, so basically we hide that sidebar. Later on we are going to customize that one as well. Now next we need to add this section on the left side. So first we need to write which are the different tool we want to add. So we'll create a constant, and inside that we'll add all the tool list. So you can define at the top, so let's say constant tools, and inside this we'll add the object list. So we'll say name, the name of the tool, let's say selection, then the icon, so icon will be mouse pointer to, and then you can even add the color. So for this one, let's say you want to give a blue 500, or let's say 600, and then save it. Right now I'm just showing with the one tool option. Okay, now inside our, after the Excel draw, I will add a div, and inside this div we'll add a class name. Here I will mark this as absolute, then we'll say left to 4 and top to 1/2. Then we'll give the Z index because we want top of everything, and if you want you can add some position, so we'll say translate to y/1/2. Then I will make it flex, and we want a vertical, so we'll make this flex column with a gap to 1. Then I will also make this as a rounded to 2xl, and for this particular div I will add a background to white. So here we'll say background to white. You can also make this, you can also add the border, and we'll also make sure to add some padding with the shadow, let's say XL. And then inside this you have to render your tools. So we'll say tools dot map, and then we'll say tool arrow function. So over here we'll define the icon because we want to define want to show the icon. So we'll say tool dot icon. Okay, and then we are going to return that particular button. So we'll say button, and inside the button, whichever button you want to show, you can add it. But right now, instead of using the shared CN button, right, we'll simply use our button. Okay, you don't need to use a shared CN button because we are customizing this button as well. And inside this button, you can simply add the icon. So let me go ahead. So whichever icon we add, that icon you have to add. I will give a size, let's say 19. Class name, so here we'll say class name is equal to tool dot color. Let me see, because it's just tool dot color. And here you don't need to add circular braces, make sure to add a curly braces only. So the error is gone. I think that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and check what will be the result. So if you see, now we have this icon, the floating icon, right? So that's how your icon is now ready. But this icon doesn't work. Okay, so if I select this one and if I click on this, it doesn't work like that, right? Because you have to add the event. so that it will trigger our selection. Now we'll also use the hand. So let's add another tool and we'll call it as a hand. Over here we'll say hand, and you can change the color, let's say cyan 600. Now if I refresh, you will see the second value. Let's add one more, and for this one let's see what is next one, which is a rectangle. So here we'll say rectangle, and for this I will add a square icon and then change the color. So something like, let's say you want to use a blue color, so you can add blue color. And if I refresh, this is how it looks. But obviously we need to add some padding for those buttons. So in order to add proper padding and everything, you can go to that button class name, and inside this button we'll add a class name. Over here we'll make it flex, then we'll add a height to 10, then width to 10. Okay, let's see how it looks. Now this is much better. Now we need to bring this icon in the center. So we'll say item to be in the center. We'll also make sure this justifies center properly. Nice. Then we'll add a rounded to Excel and then transition little bit. Perfect, right? So that's how it look like. Now whichever tool is active, right? For that tool we need to add some effect. Also we'll add a hover effect. So you can simply say hover. Oh my bad. And then we'll say background primary 20. So basically it will the light background. Okay, I don't know whether it's applying or not. Okay, let me refresh it. Now if you see the light background, let's make it 10, not too much. Perfect. So whenever you hover, you will see this icon, and you can change this. Whenever you hover on the element, it will change to cursor pointer. So basically when you hover, it will change this cursor pointer. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to customize. Now when I select any tool, right, we have to make sure the color will be little bit different. So I will add this in a curly braces so that we can add a dynamic value, depends on the condition. So we'll say active tool. Obviously we need to define this active tool, what is actual active tool is. So I will define a constant with a use state. We'll say active tool comma set active tool is equal to use state, and we'll define in a moment what will be the active tool. But over here we'll say if active tool is equal to tool dot name, if that name is matches, then we'll add a background. So we'll say background blue, or we'll say background primary /10, and then if it's not, then we already have the hover effect. So we'll say null only and save it. Now if I go back, refresh it, right now obviously even though if I select, we don't know which one is active tool. Now in order to know which is the active tool, we can get it from the Excel Draw API. Not really API, but what we can do, whenever user click button, right, so on the click, so we'll say on click, you can just call change tool. Okay, so here we'll say change tool, and we can create this method at the top. So we'll say constant change tool, which will accept the tool of type any and the arrow function. Now remember, we already defined the Excel Draw API, right? So we are going to use that, because with the help of that Excel Draw API, we have to set which tool is now active. So first, if the Excel Draw API is not defined, then we'll return nothing. Otherwise we'll set the active tool as the tool which we selected, and then using this Excel Draw API, we'll say Excel Draw API dot set here we'll say set active tool, and then we have to provide a type as a tool. Now for the API, right now we gave it as a null, right? So you can change this to a selection, and I'm going to add the type for this one, or you can keep this null because you have to add a type and you have to provide the active tool as a default to selection. Now over here for the use state, we'll say Excel draw imperative API. So we'll say Excel draw imperative API or null. So there are two values, and now if you see, the error is also gone. Now if I go back, refresh it, you will see the active one, right? Now if I change this to hand, you will see it changed to hand. If I change to square, it doesn't really change it because we did not add it. Oh, we already have this on click event, but somehow it's not working properly. So basically let's do one thing, let's only send the tool name. So we'll say change tool, and then we'll say tool dot name, okay, and that tool name will be here. Now let's test this out because we can compare with the tool name. Yeah, now if you see, if I change to square, it automatically show, okay, you selected the square and I can draw the square. If I select the hand, if I select this arrow, then I can able to select that element. As simple as that. Now in the same way, you have to add all of these tools. Now remember one thing, the tool name should be matched with this tool, okay, then only it works, because you're already passing the type and whether it's a line or ellipse or arrow, right? Based on that you will get the list. Now what I will do, I will just pause the video and I will add the rest of it. And here I added some extra tools. I will share this tool list with you so that you will get all the tool name which you can use it. Now if I go back, this is how it look like. Pretty cool, right? And it's colorful as well, so it is very helpful for the user. And right now if you see, I can draw, I can type as well. If I want, I can change the size, see, by just dragging, or if I want, I can even upload the image, say something like this. So that's how we have to add or customize your action tool. Now the question is, how can we remove this one, the top one? Now you can even remove that by using the CSS only. Also there are some extra tools which also you can add it in the same way, but I will keep with this tool because this is the most used tool, so we'll keep with this selection. Now in order to remove this top's default toolbar, right, you can simply go to the workspace.css, and then as I told you how to detect the class name, so I will just hover on this one. If you see, this is app toolbar, right? So copy that app toolbar, and here we'll say dot Excel draw dot app toolbar, and same thing you have to do, we'll say display none. Once you do this, save it or refresh it, and boom, that top toolbar is now gone. You only have your own custom toolbar which you can now play with. So that's how easily we customize our own custom toolbar. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push our code. So we'll go to the source control and we'll create a new branch out of it. So we'll say branch, create branch, and then we'll say customize action toolbar. Hit enter, make sure it gets checked out, then add the commit message. We'll make sure to stage all of the changes, and then simply say commit and make sure to publish your branch. Once it published, we'll go to the GitHub. It will ask you to create the pull request, and simply create the pull request. And now wait for CodeRabbit to review your code. Now here CodeRabbit also give us a review change tag, and I always prefer that what are the changes it made. I always check it out, so it is very helpful to understand before implementing the next feature, right, what we implemented and everything. And obviously this is very helpful for your teammate as well. Now, CodeRabbit also provide a peer review also as well as a deep peer review as well. So you can scan more with a deep scan kind of thing, right? And with a it also check the privacy and everything. Now once you are happy with everything, simply merge your pull request to the main branch and then it will merge it to the main branch so that it will be available. Now when you select any element, we want to show a properties toolbar, right? So basically if I want to change the color or add a color to this particular square or any elements, right, I should see an option to change it. Even if I want to change the opacity, width of these borders and everything, you should see that option, and that's what we are going to add it. So we are going to add a custom property toolbar, and this is how it look like. So as soon as you add the element and select that element, you will see this toolbar option where you have option to select it a different property from it. So inside this node, I already show you how it works and everything. So the step-by-step guides to implement as well, and we have to make sure for each element the property might be different, right? So we have to keep that in mind as well. So let's start implementing it. So first thing, we'll go to the Visual Studio, and inside this whiteboard, so we have to add two states. So we say constant selected element, then we'll say set selected element is equal to use state. So basically this element will hold the value of use selected element. Okay, you can provide a type any, and we also define one more state to save the canvas. So we'll say canvas state comma set canvas state is equal to use state. I'll provide a type any, the null, and then save it. Now we have to make sure that we will save or we'll set the selected element value. That you can do it inside the handle canvas change, because we already know whenever the canvas change, right? From there we'll get to know which element is selected. So over here first I will set the state because we already have the app state, right? And then we'll find the selected elements. So over here is constant selected IDs, because each element that we are adding has a different IDs. So we'll say object dot keys, and then we'll say app state dot selected elements, or sorry, just element IDs. Okay, otherwise null. Now obviously this will return the list of IDs. From that we have to make sure only one element is selected, right? So here we'll say if selected element dot length is equal to 1, then we'll say constant element is equal to elements dot find, and then we'll say element dot id is equal to selected IDs of 0, and then after this we can simply say set selected element is equal to element. So now we'll get the selected element. Otherwise else we'll say set selected element will be null. So right now we are just capturing only one element, okay, and then only that selected element will be saved. Now in order to test this out, over here just above this return I will console the selected element. Okay, so we'll verify whether the selected element is correct or not. So inside the inspect panel, in console you can see, so first I will refresh it. So right now we are getting error. It's saying each child. Okay, this error we need to ignore. So here it's saying navigator is not defined and cannot read property length. So let's go over here, add this question mark, and think we are good. So let's add one element. Okay, now if I select this element, right now it looks like nothing is happening. So let's select another one, and it's still returning null. Okay, so it means our logic is somewhere broken. So let's see why. Okay, so the problem is right here we need to add a selected IDs because we already have this ID, right? And from there we have to get the length and we need to check. So let's refresh now. Let's add this value, and now if you see, if I select that, I'm getting this selected element. So it's saying field style solid, index A0, the stroke color, stroke style, and everything. And later on, that's the value we need to update. If I add another element, you will see the another element selected. But if I select both the element, if you see, it's returning none, and that is expected. Perfect. Now after this, we need to calculate the position where we want to show our floating toolbar. So that also we are going to calculate inside this only. So I will remove this console now and we'll say constant get floating position and the arrow function. Now this position will be calculated based on the selected element position. So right now if you see selected element position give x and y axis, and from there we need to calculate it. So first we'll add a condition if there is a no selected element or no canvas state, then we'll simply return left 0 and then top to 0. Okay, so it will show on the left side corner. This is just if it fails. After this, I already have the code added inside the eraser doc to get the position, which I am going to paste it. So basically inside this, first it will calculate the zoom, scroll x, scroll y, then the center x. Now this center x is calculated from the selected element, and then screen x, screen y, and then it will just return -6 because we want the top of the element, right? And that's why we calculate something like this. Now once you have that one, you can simply say constant floating position is equal to get floating position. You can calculate just above the return because so that every time you will get the updated value. Now you can even print this out, the floating position, if you want. So over here we'll say constant, the console log floating position, save it, and if I select this item, so let me see, this is the let me refresh it because we have to refresh it. And right now if you see, we don't have any item selected, the position is just left 0, and once I select the item, you will see this position, which is 406 and 101. So over here somewhere it will show that floating bar. So that's how we have to add it. Now in order to add this floating bar, right, we'll create a separate component. So let's go to the component folder. Inside the workspace, we'll create a new component or a new file called floating properties.tsx. Okay, and inside this I already have the code ready. It's a huge code, so I'm going to paste it. This code is also available inside the eraser doc, and once you add, I will explain you shortly. So basically we are adding a different type, whether it's a text or it's a shape. Now the shape include the rectangle, ellipse, diamond, right? Then is a line, arrow, or a free draw, and based on that it will detect whether do you want to show a just text related property or a line related property or a draw related property, right? And then we are already getting the selected element and its position, so that we are getting from the parent component, it means from the whiteboard. After this, inside the div, based on the type and all, we are going to display a different properties. So over here if you see, there are some common property. If it's a text, then what are the different property we want to add, like font and all of these things. Okay, so everything is mentioned. Obviously this is just a raw, but you can enhance these floating properties now. And then inside the whiteboard, just below the Excel draw, or maybe after this one as well, you can add these floating properties. So over here we'll just say floating properties, and to this floating property you have to pass a selected element, and then you have to pass the position, which is a floating position, and then save it. Now after adding this floating properties component code, which I'm going to share with you along with the complete code. This is just a UI purpose right now, but if I go and let's add some element, you will see as soon as I select this element, I'm getting this float bar. And also if you click on these three options, then you'll get some extra option to add some property to the selected item, and you can do it for any item. Say if you want to add arrow, you have some different property. Now if you add a text, now text has a little bit different. So because text is a different property, it has a different value as well. So for a text you have different font, different size to select, their alignment, the text color and all. But for the line or for the other elements like shapes, it has some different property. So that is the difference between the text, shapes, lines, right? So this is very important to add this floating bar, so that you don't need to move your cursor too much. You can just simply check and update the property. Also you can move this floating bar if you think it's coming in between your shape, then you can simply move and then you can continue your editing. As simple as that. Right now this is just icon, is not working because we need to add some extra feature. It means we need to make sure it is workable. But right now make sure the property toolbar is ready and you can view it something like this. Now once we add the UI for the property floating toolbar, now it's time to apply those changes whenever user select it. So currently if I click on any of these, right, nothing is happening. So let's try with one example so that you can implement for others. So we'll go to the Visual Studio and then go to the floating properties. Now inside this I already have one property called on property change. Okay, now basically what it will do, let's take this example called stroke color. When you click on the stroke color, it emits the event, okay, and it will return the color, the stroke color, the name of the property and the value. Okay, so that property we already returning back to the parent component through these props. See, so what you need to do, you can go back to the whiteboard where you implemented or imported this floating property component, and inside that add this on property change. Okay, now obviously over here it will return the property name, I will say, and then value, and then you have to call or create a new method which will handle your property change. So here we'll say handle property change. Okay, and to this one you can pass the property name and value. You can just call property, that will be easy to read. And now we'll create this method over here. So let me remove this console, and over here we'll say constant on property change, and inside that we'll add a property of type string and value of type any, because we don't know what will be the value. And inside this obviously you can add a similar condition if there is no Excel.api, so or no selected element, then it will return nothing. Otherwise we have to get the selected element. Again you can simply get it with this element, or you already have the selected element, but you can define it again. So we'll say selected element is equal to API dot Excel draw API dot get scene elements. Okay, so it will give you the selected element. Then we have to update that element. So we'll say constant updated elements is equal to element dot map, because you already have that element, right? So we'll say element dot map. So we'll again say element, the arrow function, and inside that we'll first check the condition if element dot id is not equal to selected element dot id. If it's not same, right, then we'll simply return the element. Okay, as simple as that. Otherwise, so here we'll say return, and inside that we'll say element, then the property and its value, and then inside this we'll say version. So we'll say version. Now this is the field that we need to pass to the API element, right? So I will show you how. So we'll say element dot version. So somehow it's not showing the version. So element dot version plus 1. I think we need to keep inside the same one. Okay, so this need to be inside the updated element only. So make sure your bracket is out, and then after this version you also need to add updated the date and time. So we'll say date dot now. Okay, now once you add that, obviously you have the updated element. So outside of this one, now you can say API, in our case is just a Excel draw API dot update the scene, and then we will update the scene with a new elements. So we'll say elements dot updated elements. So basically we update the element only that element which is matches, which is selected element, and that's why we have this condition. And then we return the property to this updated element. Obviously if it's not selected element, it will go as it is, and then it will update it and save. Okay, so let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen, then we'll add a square, and let's change the color to purple, and if you see, now it's changed. If I change to green, it's changed to green as well. Perfect, right? If you want to add a field, see, it also works. Now you might have a question how it works, because we use a same handle property change. We are just changing the property and its value from the floating properties. Okay, and let me show you how. So this is one is for a stroke color, this one is for background color, then another is for background color transparent, and text align if it's a text. Okay, and likewise. So this particular floating properties component, you can simply use it if you have problem facing. Now if you want a dotted line, see, we get the dotted line as well, right? Let me remove this color. So we'll say no field for now, and let me move this on the right side so it's easy to show it. Then you can change the thickness however you want. You can change the fill color, you can change the opacity, everything can handle from here. If you add another one, something like this, say, that also you can add it. Okay, so if you want dotted, so it works for all the elements, and most of the property will work properly. Okay, now if you want to bring this front, I don't know, the front back is not working, because that we have to do it. Also the delete will not work, but if you try to delete with your keyboard button, then it will get deleted. That will again fix it. It's not like fix it, but we did not implement it yet. Now for the text, that is very important. Okay, so I added this text. Then if I want this text in the middle left, obviously it's just one text, but if you change this font, you will see the change. Okay, if you want to change the font size, it will also change the font size. Now you can put it in the center as well. You can change the text color, right? So that's how it changed. And if you also change the opacity, perfect. Now most of the property on the elements it's working. Now there are a few that we need to update. Now if I scroll up, I already have the property which is added here. So which is on delete, on duplicate, on lock, and bring to front and send to back. this property is little bit set in a different way. That's what we have to add now. Now for the delete, we are already passing, right? So we'll go to the whiteboard, and over here I will accept the new field, or we'll say on delete, and here you just check what are the field we are passing. So here if I click on delete, it's just calling this on delete, okay? And let me go up. I don't see any property, but now on delete what it will do, we have to make sure which element is selected, and then we have to remove that property, and then we have to update the scene. So over here we'll say handle delete element. Okay, so I will call this method. So over here I will define this method constant handle delete element. Now inside the handle delete element, similar like this, I will make sure the API is defined. Then we'll get the elements using this method only. Okay, and the most important, inside the, so here we'll say constant updated elements, similar like above, right? But there is a little twist. So here we'll say element, here I will say elements instead of just elements. So elements dot map, and inside this we'll say element, and we'll check if the element dot id is equal to selected element dot id. If it matches, then we have to return dot 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 all the properties from the element, then is deleted as true. After that you have to pass a version. You have to just increase the existing version by 1. So we'll say element dot version plus 1, and then when it updated, so we'll say date dot now. So if you see, all these property are same. Okay, just we added one more property called is deleted to true, and then after this we'll return this updated element, right? Now we have this updated element with this new element. So basically we'll just update the scene, right? And once you update the scene, so over here it call elements, then we have to make sure the set selected element is null now. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will refresh it, I will add this element, I will add one more element. Let's say you want to delete this element, just click delete and it will get deleted. See how quickly. If you want to delete this one, it will delete it. So that's how you have to delete the selected element. Now same way you can do it for the on duplicate, on lock, or bring to from send to back properties. Okay, so you can try on your own, but I will show you how to implement that one as well. Now for a duplicate, just imagine that you need an exact same selected element, just we'll change little bit position and then update the scene. So let's go to the whiteboard, then on duplicate, and then here we'll call handle on duplicate, then call this method constant handle on duplicate arrow function, and as you know that first we'll check this, we'll get the element as well, right? After this we'll write constant duplicate element which you want to create. So first we'll create that duplicate element. So first we'll add all the property of the selected element, then we'll generate a unique ID. So you can use a crypto dot random UUID, because this is important. Each element has a different ID. Okay, so that's the why we are giving some ID. Now we have to give X position. So from the selected element dot X position you can get it, but we don't want at the same location, so you can add, let's say, plus 20. For Y, so we'll say selected element dot Y plus 20. Okay, so we are just moving the position little bit. Now this seed we have to provide, so we'll say seed math dot floor, and then we'll say math dot random into 1000 or whatever value you want to give. Then you can add a version as a 1 because this is a new element. Then we also have version nouns. So I don't know whether we need this one. Okay, we'll just add updated with a date dot now, and then here we'll say is deleted because we don't want to delete, right? So we'll say is deleted to false. Now you have the duplicate elements. So what you need to do, you have to get the API dot Excel. Oh, my bad. So over here we'll say Excel draw API dot update the scene. Now you have to make sure you will pass all the elements, existing elements, right? So over here we'll say elements, then all the elements along with duplicate element. So let's test this out. So hopefully it will work. Now if I add and I added this square, now if I click duplicate, see I got another square, and this is new. Now even though if you apply this change something like this, right? Now I apply this color, let's say you also apply the fill color, and if I duplicate it, it duplicates same way. So that's how you have to implement the duplicate functionality. Now on bring to front and send to back is very easy. Okay, whenever you store any value, okay, through the Excel draw, it basically add a first element, then below that the second, third, fourth, right? And the last element will be on the top always. So that same logic you have to add it. You have to get the selected element and you have to put that at the last in order to bring it front. And if you want to send it back, you have to move that item to the front. So we'll create one method for both of them, and then we are just going to switch it. So here we'll say on bring to front handle bring front back. Okay, and if it's front, then we'll pass it as a front as a text. I will create another one on bring send to back, and if you want back, I will say back. Now let's create this method. So we'll say constant handle front back. Here we'll say type of type string and the arrow function. After that we'll check if the element is there. If not, it will return empty. Then we'll say constant elements. So obviously we need to get the elements in the same way. So I will just copy the existing line. Now you have the elements, right? Now we'll say constant selected is equal to element dot find. So what it will do, we'll get all the elements, or not all the elements, we'll get only the selected element first. So we'll say select elements dot find, and then we'll add element arrow function and element dot id is equal to selected element dot id. So which will return the selected element information. After that, if the selected element is not there, then obviously it will return nothing. And then we need to get the remaining elements, right? So for the remaining elements, I will simply copy this one. Here we'll say remaining elements, and then we'll say not equal to. Okay, something like this. It means the selected element other than all the elements which is not selected, so it will come inside the remaining elements. And now you just need to update the scene. Now in order to update the scene, right, here I'm going to show you how to do it. Now I will add a condition if the type is equal to front. If user want to move this to the front, right, then we have to add the elements, and inside that we'll say, okay, I want the all the remaining elements first, and then the selected element, so which I will say just selected. Now here let's say TS ignore for now, and then show it, because selected then it will show at the top. Else, so we'll say else, just copy this as it is, but over here we'll put the let me put this selected at the top, so it will automatically go to the back and give comma. So let's take this out. Now I will add this square and we'll change this color to green. I will add this circle. Let's change the fill color to this one. Now currently if you see, circle is at front. Now let's send this circle to back. So we'll say send to back and nothing happened. That's cool. So let's see why. So if I send the back, it doesn't work, or even if I select this one, says bring to front, it doesn't work. So let's see why it's not working. So here is the issue. Right now here we need to filter this out, not to find. Okay, so you have to make sure you will pass a filter, and that's why we are getting this error. Let's remove it and let's test this out. So I will reload this. Let's give a fill color. Then I will add another one. Let's give fill color. Now over here, if I change this to, let's say, bring send to back, see, it's going back. If I save this one to send back, it will go back. If I want to bring front, it will come front. Perfect. So that's how you have to add bring front and back functionality. Now in same way you can implement this onLock functionality, right? So for onLock, it has a property called lock. Okay, and then you have to provide whether it's a true or false, and based on that it will lock and unlock for you. Otherwise everything is same. So that's how our all the remaining properties, elements property is now working. If you have any question, any doubt on this one, let me know in the comment section. This is a complete customization and you will not find the customization app like this. And this app definitely make you lot of money if you add lot of extra feature, because now after this we are going to add a lot of AI related feature where you can draw the diagrams, mockups, templates and many more. So make sure you subscribe to our channel if you did not subscribe. And now it's time to push our code. So we'll simply going to create a new branch. We'll name it as a 7 dot, and then we'll add customize properties floating bar. Then we'll add the commit message as well. Make sure to stage all of these changes and we'll say commit. Then we'll publish this branch. Once it published, let's go to the GitHub and then we'll create the pull request out of it. And once the pull request is created, then you can simply wait for CodeRabbit to review your code, which is very important. I always prefer to review with the CodeRabbit first before merge my pull request, which give me the clarity what is wrong or what can we fix it. And most important, now along with the review and the review change tag, you can run the security on the PR. So basically go to the security, start your free trial if you are new, and then you can just click on the scan repo. You have to select the repo which you want to scan. So in our case, we'll say our latest project, then what you want to scan, whether you want to scan dependency, the secret key if there is any, or you want to do AI deep scan. Now AI deep scan will scan everything for you, okay? But if you want to try a dependency or if you want to try other things, you can even scan that too. And then simply click scan now. So basically, if you have missing secret key or anything which might be an issue for the security purpose, then this CodeRabbit security will scan and find it for you. Currently, if you see the one scan is running, you just need to wait, and then once it's done, we'll get a proper result if there is any issue. But over here in meantime, just wait for CodeRabbit to review, and then you can also review the change tag. And once the CodeRabbit review your code, you will see what are the changes or it suggested, right? So we have this analysis chain where you can execute the script. Then you will see the comment replace unsupported base UI pop props, okay? And then if you are using agent, then you can simply copy this prompt. But I feel I read all of them and I made the changes accordingly, very small changes. But right now I will just merge this pull request. In meantime, if you see over here, the scan is completed, and if I click on it, you will see the complete detail. So right now the Stripe access token, which is a confidence low because we just added but we did not use it, right? So that's why it's saying the confidence level is low. If you click on it, it will give you the proper description where it actually use, say over here inside .env.example, which is you can just ignore it because it's just a example, but that's how you will get the result. But other than that, we also have option like attack surface, AI deep scan, secret key which we just run, the dependency scan, and many others, which is recently added by the CodeRabbit, and this is also available to try it out. And definitely this is very helpful if you are building some application and want to avoid the security problems. Okay, so make sure to use and try this CodeRabbit security feature. Now once you are happy with all of this code change, simply merge your pull request to the main branch. Let's make our whiteboard more powerful by adding an AI feature. Now, if you see inside this note, I gave the step-by-step guide how this AI feature will actually works and how to add it. Very first step that we need to add a floating button call for the AI, and it always visible and it will be easy to access for anyone. Obviously, you can add this AI floating button whichever position you want. But right now we'll add it to the bottom right corner. Then on the click of it, it will open the floating sidebar just above this button. Okay, and on this one it will show an AI tool option like generate the diagram, flowchart, architecture diagram, even a mobile wireframe mockups, web wireframe, and many other things which you can add it. Once you add a couple of them how to add it, then you can add whichever type you want. Then an option to enter the prompt, and once user generate with an AI, it will automatically start generating the diagram for us. Basically, we are going to add an AI model behind it, kind of it's a act like an agent to generate the diagram. It will understand the user requirement, and then once the JSON is generated, which is compatible to the Excel draw, then we are going to add it to the scene. As simple as that. And then if you see the fifth step, it will show this beautiful generated diagram for you. Okay, and inside this I already gave the complete flow, the step-by-step guide how you can generate it and everything. So with this AI feature, user don't need to write or draw everything manually. Once user add it, user can make the modification in that one as well, and everything we are going to implement. So first thing, let's go to the Visual Studio. I will close all of this tab for now, and inside this workspace only we are going to add a new component called AI floating sidebar .tsx. Then we'll add a default template for it and then save it. Now inside that we are going to show the sidebar. Now in order to add a floating button for the AI inside the whiteboard, we are going to add that. So at the bottom side we'll add a div, and then inside this we'll add a button, and we'll just call we'll add an icon called sparkles icon, and then we'll say AI. Now to this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it absolute, then we'll say right to 15 and then bottom to 10, and then save it. Now if I go back, make sure to reload your application. So over here, let me close this. So right now if you see, it's not visible, right? That's because it went behind this canvas. So you have to give index something like Z50, and now if I refresh it, you will see this button. Now make sure it will be in the line of this one. Now this question mark, it just show the shortcuts, so we are going to add just in the line. So maybe here we can say bottom to 5. I think this is good. Just I will increase the button size to large, and that's how our own custom button is ready. I think you don't need to give anything. Let's make it 0 only. I think with 0, 0 is taking too much down, make it 2. I think you can just set this up. Okay, now after this adding this button, right, we have to make sure on the click of button it will show this AI floating sidebar. Basically we have to hide and unhide it. So I will add that AI floating bar sidebar component so that it will be visible when user click on it. Okay, and we have to add a condition as well. So at the top we will write constant. Here we'll say show AI sidebar comma set AI sidebar. We'll say set AI show sidebar is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now whenever it's true, we are going to show that sidebar. So we'll just say show AI sidebar. When it's true, then we're gonna show this component. Now inside this div, first obviously we have to make sure the position is absolute. We'll also give gen index to 50. Then we have to make sure we need to make it to the right 15, and I will say bottom to let's say 15, or let's say 10 only. Now if I refresh it, obviously it will not show because we did not add any button event to this one. So we'll say on click set show sidebar, and I will make opposite whatever the current value is, will make opposite, so it will also help us to close it. So we'll say show AI sidebar. So if I click on it, or let me refresh it, and if I click, if you see this AI floating sidebar text is showing. Okay, currently we don't have any information, but I think that's good. For a bottom we can add more value, so let's say bottom to 24, so it will be little bit up. Now next thing, once you add this over here, we'll add a specific width, so let's say 380 pixel, and then I'm also going to add a maximum height to it, so let's say 620 pixel it. Then we'll also say overflow hidden. If you want, you can add a border. I will make a rounded to XL, little bit of shadow, and we'll make a background white. Now in order to view it, let's click on it, and this is how it look like. Currently its position is absolute. So as soon as you start adding the content, then you will see a proper result. Okay, but for now that's completely fine. If you give some specific height, let's say 300 pixel, then you will see this floating bar. Okay, next for this div I am also going to add some padding, so we'll say padding 5 for now. Now let's implement the header. So we want to give the name, what is the name or the title for that sidebar. So over here I will add a div, then inside this I will again add one more div. Here I will add a sparkles icon, and then we'll say AI helper. Okay, you can give any name which you want, and let's wrap it inside this h2 tag. Then I will make it class name, will make font bold, text to 2XL, and save it. Obviously make sure to change this, view this every time when you are implementing. Okay, after that for the testing purpose, right, I will make this value to true, so every time you don't need to click it, and if I will click on it, see, yes, able to view the actual value. Next, inside this AI floating bar, here instead of bold we'll make this medium, and then on the right side I want to add a cross button. Basically this button will close the dialog. Okay, now this button I want on the right side, so we'll say class name flex justify between, and then item in the center. So this is the close button. Over here obviously I want icon and everything in one line, so that also we set up. Perfect. Next, below that we want to add let's add just p tag, and inside that we can say turn ideas into visuals in seconds. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll give text gray color and text smaller. Perfect. Then we want to show the list of different options we are going to add. So over here we'll say constant AI tools or AI, let's say tools only, and then inside this you can give the tool name. So we'll say name, generate diagrams, then you can give a one line description if you want. So small description if you want to add. So here we'll say generate diagrams in seconds. After this you can also add an icon, which icon you want to use. So I use this icon, and you can use some hex color over here, okay, or you can simply something write like this, text blue 600. Okay, now same way you can just simply copy and paste it with a different different tool. Okay, now here I added some extra like flowchart, architecture, web mockup and the mobile mockup. Okay, once you have these AI tools ready, simply you just need to render those. So over here, maybe outside of this div, I will just going to render these AI tools. So we'll say AI tools dot map, we say tool comma index, arrow function. Here we'll add a div, then we'll say key as index, and then inside this we will show two tools in one row. So over here we'll add an icon first. So from we'll say tool dot icon, but tool dot icon is already we added it as a component, so I don't think so we need to wrap it. We just need to wrap inside the curly braces. Then we'll add the name of the tool. So we'll say tool dot name. Now let's see what is rendering first. So if I refresh it, you will see the icon and the name is getting rendered. Now I will just wrap this inside the div and then save it, so that you can add some styling later on. Now for this complete div, again I am going to wrap, or maybe what we can do, we can just move this outside inside the another div, and you can remove this one. Okay, now next along with this you can show the description, but I want a description in just one line. So we'll say line clamp to 1, and if I refresh you will see that information. Now let's style this. So for this div we'll add a class name, then we want to add a dynamic value, so we'll add this one, and then inside the curly braces, so we'll say dollar curly braces tool dot color, and actually we want a background color instead of text. So right now if I go to the text color, if you see it's changed to text color only, so that's good, but we are also going to add a background color. So instead of this text, let's add one more value to it. After this you can just verify the background and the main color. Now obviously over here I will add a padding, say let's say padding to 2, and now let's bring everything in one line. So to this div I will add a class name, we'll make it flex, then we'll say item to be in the center and gap to let's say 2. If I go back, let's refresh this, and then this is how it look like. Perfect, pretty good, right? Now next thing we have to make sure the text, we have to add a styling to this one. So we'll say class name, and to this I think let's keep this one as it is, but for this one we'll say text extra small and then text gray to 400. And then we want to add a border to it. Okay, over here we'll also make sure to add a rounded medium. Then we'll add some padding with a border and with a rounded corner. Then we want to make in the grid format, so to this div we'll make sure to add a grid, and then we'll say grid column 2. Let's save it, refresh it. Okay, so there is a problem. Obviously we need to add this grid above to this one. Okay, because, and now you will see this grid. So over here we'll also give some gap, so we'll say gap to 2. I will make this rounded corner to small and then refresh this. So this is how it look like. I think we should also make this text smaller, and we'll also do the line climb to 1, so it looks good to for this particular grid, right? And over here I think let's make this medium only instead of XL. Okay, now next thing we have to make sure we also give some margin top to, let's say, 4, so it will be differentiate from this top section. Now you can generate this kind of UI directly with the help of AI. It's totally up to you how you want to handle it. Now next thing, below that we want to add an option to enter the input, so we'll add a div. Inside this we'll say describe what you want to create, and then we'll add a text area. Now this text area component we are adding from the React only, and then we'll add a placeholder. For example, here we can say our customer onboarding flow with decision points, something like this, right? And below that we want to add a button. So this button basically help to generate with the help of AI. So over here I will add icon first, and then we'll say generate. For this button, let's add a class name. We'll make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center, save it. Let's refresh this once, and then if you see the button is, everything is here, but just give some update to this one. So we'll say class name flex, gap to 2, and we'll make it flex column. Now once we design this one and you think, okay, we can I want much better version, what you have to do, you can simply copy this code as it is, then open a ChatGPT, and inside the ChatGPT you can simply paste whatever the code you have. After that you can simply say update my UI and make it more professional, or whatever the things that you want, what you want to change, you can just mention, and make this floating sidebar professional looking, and then hit enter. Now once it generates, you can simply copy that. Now once you copy, simply paste it here, and now if I go back, refresh it, and this is how it look like. See, now obviously whenever I select anything, you will see this value is getting changed, and that's what we wanted. So AI will automatically understand what you are looking for. Now you can use the AI just for the design purpose to make it more professional, right? Because as I say in the beginning that we are implementing this everything from the scratch with writing the code line by line, and we are not using AI. But there is an exception, obviously, in if you want to use and update your UI design, then definitely I will suggest you to get help with the AI like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini. Now when user click on generate button, we want to add some loading state, and also we are going to show on the canvas as well. So in order to add the loading state on the canvas, first we'll go back and go to this AI floating sidebar. At the top we are going to get the API, okay, the Excel Draw API. So over here we'll say Excel Draw API, which we are going to accept. We'll provide a type as a prop. At the top we'll say type props, and then we need this API. Make sure you provide a type as well. So we'll say Excel Draw API, and make sure to import our null value. Now from the parent component, which is the whiteboard, we have to pass that Excel Draw API because we already have. So basically, if you want to add any scene, that can added by from this AI floating sidebar as well, and that's why we added this API. Now next we'll import another statement, but we'll do that in later on. Now first we need to get a canvas position, okay? So empty canvas position, that is very important, because for example, if we already have a lot of element defined, and then on that element, for example, if I want to add that new getting generated AI diagram, we need an empty space, and on that empty space we also want to show a loading state. We'll say constant elements. So first we'll get all the elements. So we'll say Excel Draw API dot get scene elements. So from there we will get the elements, and we have to make sure which does not contain any deleted elements. So here we'll say element which is not deleted. So is deleted, and make sure it's not, right? So it's not deleted. Now we have all the elements which is on the canvas. Now over here, if we'll check if elements dot length is equal to 0, means we don't have any element, then again we'll return the same position. Now this will actually do what I will do. If that API is not defined, then we'll show this position, or if the element is not there, then we'll add again on this XY position. Now we need to check what is the rightmost element, because whatever the loading state or our diagram we are going to add, we will add it on the right side. So for that one, we'll say find rightmost element, and for this we'll say constant max right is equal to math dot max, and then we'll map from each element. So we'll say element dot map. Inside that we'll say element, and then element dot x plus element dot width. Okay, so we'll get the x position and along with their width, and we added both the value, and then from that we'll get the list of max right, and then we'll again get the minimum top. Again we'll have to do math dot minimum, and then we'll say dot elements dot map. We'll say element, and then say element dot y position. That's all. Now we have the max right and top. Now we'll simply return the result. So here x position will be max right plus 150, and then the y position will be min top. As simple as that. And from there we'll get an empty canvas position. Okay. Now we'll create one placeholder ID. So we'll say constant AI underscore placeholder ID. Now this ID only use whenever we want to add this loading state. So we'll say AI generation placeholder. You can give any name. So this is just a constant, and then we'll create a loading placeholder. Now placeholder is nothing but the element only. So we'll say constant add AI placeholder arrow function, and we'll check if Excel Draw API is not there, we'll return nothing. then we'll say constant position is equal to get empty canvas position, and then we'll say constant placeholder elements. Now you have to define the design how you want. Okay, now for that one we have to use a convert to Excel draw elements. Okay, this is very important. Now make sure this particular function or method we have to import from the Excel draw / Excel draw, right? So this is the import statement for that one, and then we'll simply add the list of array. So what you want. For example, I want a type rectangle, so make sure to add that. Then the ID. Now ID is very important, so I'm gonna provide a same ID like AI placeholder ID which we define at the top. Make sure it's in curly braces, that is important. Then you have to give X position. We already have the position calculated, so we'll say X position dot X. Then the Y position, we'll say position dot Y. Okay, now obviously from this get empty canvas position, once we have the position, then we'll put it inside X and Y. Then we'll add a width. So whatever width you like, you can add it. I will say width 420, height 250, and then you can add background color, stroke color, and all of this information. So something like this. Now this is a stroke color which I added, which is nothing but a border color, then the fill style, the background color, and all of this information. Then once you add that, simply save it. After this, now whatever the element you created, right, because we already defined this element, the call placeholder element, that element you need to add it to the canvas. So first we'll say current elements is equal to Excel draw API dot get scene elements, and whatever the current element we have to add all together. So we'll say Excel draw element dot update scene, which we already use this method, right, update scene. Now inside that we'll say elements, and then we'll say current element, and then placeholder elements, and save it. Perfect. Now this add AI placeholder we need to call whenever user click generate button. Now we already have the generate button over here, and on the click of generate we need to call. So I will create one method called on click generate. Now this method will create at the top. We'll say constant on click generate and the arrow function, and inside this we're gonna call this add placeholder. Make sure the name is correct and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So we'll go back, let's refresh this, and you can select any type, you can add any prompt, and then click generate, and boom, if you see, if I click generate, we got this beautiful rectangle added automatically. If I click generate again, see, it will not overlap, but rather it will take the current element position, and then it will add 150 from pixel from the x-axis, and then it will add that to the right of the existing element. Pretty cool, right? But here is the problem. When you click generate it keeps generating or adding new elements, and we don't want, otherwise it will call a multiple diagram, right? Now to avoid this, you can just simply restrict it, but for now what we'll do, we'll add few more elements into this one, let's say some text and all of that data. So you can, inside this element you can add more object like text type, then the loading, there is no loading, but you can assume and you can make it feel like, okay, it's showing a loading state. Now for example, I already have these two elements for the text which I am going to add, and so basically the first text will show generating with AI, the second text will show preparing your diagram, and now if I test this, let me refresh and click generate, then if you see, this is how it look like. okay, generate with preparing your diagram. Now let's say you want to add and enhance this more, right? You can add some kind of skeleton style design. So I will add that one as well, and if I refresh, click generate, then you will see the skeleton style design, and we'll keep this one, and it's look good, right? It makes user know that okay, it's getting generated. Obviously you can show a loading indicator over here so that user know that okay, it's generating. So that's how we have to do it. Okay, now next thing, we need to call an API, and along with that we have to pass the prompt for each of this design. So I already added our inside our documents related to each of the tools and along with their prompt. We already have the name, description, icon, background color, but now we have to add prompt for each of them. So simply copy that as it is, and then under the AI tools we have to add this. See, you can move this AI tools if you want. So I will control X and I will put it at the top and save it. Now once we have the prompt along with the existing system prompt for each design and with our user enter prompt, we are going to pass it to the AI model, which will generate the XLE elements, and then that elements which is in the JSON format will add it in place of this loading element. Okay, so it will be on the canvas. Now once user click generate, now we need to make an API call to the AI model. Okay, but before that let's set up the onGenerate click method properly. So inside this floating sidebar, when user click generate, right, so we already have this onClick method added, and inside that we are going to accept the selected option, right? So whether user selected architecture, webflow, flowchart, and along with that what user entered. So we'll define two state. First we'll say constant selected type comma set selected type is equal to use state. Okay, now by default I will pass the first one, which is the flowchart, and from the tool you can directly add that complete object as it is. So from this AI tool of 0 I will save. Okay, and then we also want a user enter prompt, so we also save that user entered prompt, or we'll say user input easy comma set user input is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty string. Now let's go ahead inside the text area, and here we'll say on change, I will get the event is equal to set user input, and then we'll say event, this need to be an arrow, event dot target dot value. So we'll get the value which user entered, and whatever the selection that we are going to make, that also we need to set. Okay, so we already have this set selected tool, so we don't need to add this selected type. Selected tool already used to get the data. Right now it's saved as a string, that's completely fine. From that string we can easily calculate, get the tool prompt which we want. Now on the click of generate, let me show you in the console what data we are getting. So we'll say user input, and for user input I will say whatever the user entered, that input will get, and let's say selected tool, and from that one we'll get the selected tool. Now if I save it, let's refresh this, and then I will click on the inspect panel and make sure to open the console so you can verify it. I will refresh this once, and then when user select any of this option, user enter the prompt, click generate, and then you will see a user input and the selected architecture. because we selected as a selected rule as an architecture, right? So that's how we are getting this value. Now whatever the tool we selected, from that tool we need to get all the tool information from this AI tool. Now in order to get that, it's quite straightforward. So we'll say constant current AI tool is equal to AI tools dot find, then we'll say tool, and then we'll say tool dot name matches with the selected tool. So make sure it will match with this tool name, and from that one obviously we'll get complete object. And now inside that object obviously we have the prompt and all of this information. See, now we have the current AI tool, we are also adding the placeholder. Now let's make API call, right? Now for that one we'll just simply say constant result is equal to await Axios dot, then we need to add a post method. So we'll say post slash API slash AI model. So we'll say AI. Okay. So this AI basically help us this AI API endpoint will help us to generate the diagram, right? And then we'll pass a body. Inside the body we'll pass a user input as user input. Then we'll pass this complete object as it is. So AI tool, and then we'll pass, or we can say simply type, and then pass this current AI tool. Or if you want, you can simply say type as our name and then system prompt, then we'll say current AI tool dot prompt. Okay, so everything will get in the string format. As we are using await, I will mark this as async and then save it. Obviously later on we'll also console the result. So we'll say result dot data. Now when you click on generate, right, obviously it will take time to load it. So we are also going to add a loading state. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initial value it will be false. When user click on generate, we'll set the loading as true, and once it finished we'll set the loading as false. Now obviously we don't want to set loading false immediately. Obviously it will set false once we have the result. We'll remove this console for now and save it. Now whenever the loading state is true, we need to show a loader. So here we'll say if loading is true, then I will add loader icon, and then I will add a class name animate spin, and also I will disable this button whenever the loading is true. Perfect. Now obviously we need to add an API endpoint. So we'll go to this API, we'll create a new folder called AI only, and inside this we'll add a route.ts file. Now we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request, and here we'll say next request. First we'll say request and then next request, and then save it. Now inside this obviously we'll get those all the value like user input, then the type, and then system prompt, and here we will say await request dot json. So from this body we'll get all of this value. Now once we have this value, it's time to implement an AI model, and for the AI model, which you can use any AI model which you think is good, but for this example I am going to use a Google's Gemini AI model. Now it's free to use as well. Simply you have to go to the aistudio.google.com, and here you can play around it on their playground. So basically if you want to use a text AI model, you will see we have number of different options, right? You can use whichever you like, and once you select it, for example we have Gemini 3.7 Flash, the flashlight, and many others. Select that. Once you select, you will see an option called get code. Just click on it and then make sure you select it as a Typescript and here you will see the sample code. Okay, this basically help us to generate the proper response from the AI model. So for that one, first you need to import this Google Gen AI, right? So you can simply search on Google Gen AI, you will find this npm package. Simply copy this npm command, then inside your directory or inside your VS Code terminal, simply install this Gen AI. Now you can use direct code as it is, it's totally up to you, or if you want to make it little bit simplified, that also you can do it. Now over here on the right side setting, right, you have option to add a tool. Now if you want to add a Google search, you can add it, otherwise you can disable it. If you want a structured output, that also you can do it. Okay, now here you can add a property and what kind of structure output you want, or you can simply add inside this code editor. So first we'll just copy this AI initialization where we are passing this API, right? Make sure to import this Google Gen AI. So I will copy this line as well and we'll paste it here. Okay, now we need to add a Gemini API key. So go to this .env file where we added a lot of other things. Also add a Google API key. Now in order to generate the Google API key, you can simply head to this get API key, and here you have option to create a new API key. Once you click create key, simply copy that key as it is and then you can add it to your .env file. After this, we need to generate a final prompt. So we'll say final prompt is equal to, now first we'll say a user first we'll add the system prompt. So we'll say system prompt, and after that we'll say user request, and then we'll add a user input. Okay, and after this adding a user input, you can add the canvas generation rules. So I already have that, I will share this with you. So simply paste that. So this is just a rule. Okay, it's totally up to you whether you want to add or not, but obviously once you add it, it will be easy. Okay, and then save it. Now once you have the final prompt, then we'll move to the, here we'll say constant response is equal to await AI dot models, and then we'll say generate content. So we are adding this logic on our own, and inside this you need to give a model name. Now in order to get a correct model name, you can head to the dashboard, click on it, and then you have to copy this model name. See, after that simply paste it here. Then we have to provide a content. So here we'll say a final prompt, and then you can add a configuration. In that you can add the response schema and other information. If you add the response schema, right, it will give you the result in the same format. So let's add that too. So we'll say config, then we'll say response mime type as application / JSON, and then we'll say response schema, and then you have to provide the complete schema. So I already have this schema ready, which I'm going to share with you. So we'll say constant response schema is equal to, and simply paste. Oh, so over here we'll say response schema, and make sure to import the type from the Google Gen AI. Okay, and now we have the type with the string and all of this information. Simply paste it as it is, and this response schema then I'm going to add over here. Okay, so now we have the response schema as well. Then below that we'll say constant diagram result is equal to json.pass, and from the response, so from the response we'll get a text value, otherwise return the empty. So it will basically pass into a JSON, and then at the end you can simply say return response.json, and then we'll say success. Let me See, okay, that's correct. So we'll say success as true, and then we'll pass. Oh, here you can pass this diagram result as it is because we already passed it, and then save it. As simple as that. Now once we have the diagram result ready, you can go to this floating sidebar, and then here it will show you inside the result.data. Now for now, let's see in the console whether we are getting the proper result or not, and then we'll attach that to the canvas. So let's go ahead and refresh this. I will keep this console open. Now let's say you want to generate a simple diagram. So we'll say user authentication diagram. Okay. Now simply click generate, and obviously which will make an API call. So I will also open the network tab so that we can verify it really making the AI model call or not. So click generate, and if you see currently AI model generation call is in pending status. Okay, and over here as well it's showing as generated or generating. Now inside the console we got the success message, and then we got the diagram result. Inside that we have the connection, elements, title, width, and all of this information, and that's what we wanted. Perfect. So it means we are getting the result inside the console. Now as we know that we already have the result, but once we have the result we have to remove this placeholder. So we have to make some quick change. Here we need to give an ID for each of the added element. Currently we only give ID to the top section. So in order to add this ID at the top, I will say constant first, and then we'll say AI placeholder underscore IDs is equal to, and then we'll add ID for each of them. So let's say container is equal to AI underscore placeholder container, and same way you can add it for each of the element. So I'm just going to paste it here and save it. Now for each of them we have the IDs. Now what you have to do for this element, we'll say AI placeholder IDs dot container. See, so I will copy that. For the text over here we'll say text, or we'll say title. For this one this is just a subtitle, and then we have skeleton, right? So for the skeleton we'll say skeleton 1, skeleton 2, like that. So make sure to update this, it is very important, so that later on we can remove all of these placeholder ID, and then we are going to replace it with our actual result. Now on the click of generate, right, once we have the result we have to remove that placeholder. So we'll create a method for that. We'll say remove AI placeholder, and then here we'll add a condition. If Excel draw API is not there, then we'll return nothing. Otherwise we'll say constant placeholder IDs is equal to object dot values, and then we'll add AI placeholder IDs over here. So we'll get ID from each of them. Then we'll say constant elements is equal to Excel draw API dot get scene element. So whichever scene we have, we'll get all of those element, and then we'll say constant update elements is equal to elements dot filter it out because we want to remove the placeholder. So we'll say elements, and then placeholder IDs dot includes element dot ID. Then we want to filter those out, and whatever the remaining element is there which is not a placeholder, that will update with that scene. So we'll say Excel draw API update scene, and then we'll say elements dot update elements. We just need to add elements, and then we'll say update elements. Okay, make sure it's inside the curly braces and save it. Now this remove AI placeholder we need to call over here. Okay, after generating the result. Now once we remove that, right, now if you want to test, you can verify it. Let me refresh it, and obviously before going to the next step, we'll verify. So here we'll say user auth flow, and let's say flow chart you want to generate. Now if you click generate, if you see it's loading, but right now we want to show before generating the result. So right now it's little bit different way. So let me move this AI placeholder at the top. As soon as it click generate, then we want to add this placeholder, and later on we are going to remove it. So let me refresh it again. User auth flow, click generate, and if you see it's there. Now currently it's generating, and once we get the result, our expectation is to get rid of this placeholder. And on click generate, if you see it's gone. Okay, it means we don't have that placeholder anymore. That's how you have to make sure you will remove that placeholder. Now we also learn how we can remove the existing placeholder, and we also have the JSON data which is generated by AI. Now it's time to render those into our canvas. Now rendering is quite simple. You just need to update your scene, and then whatever the things you want to pass, like elements, its proper position, everything you have to update, and then it will render it properly. So I already have the code ready for it. So it will calculate the connection points as well. So when one box connect to the other, right, we need to show connection. So that is about the get connection points. And along with that, we also have the render AI diagram method. So I properly comment out all of this information with the diagram origin, to find the node, create a shape, all of this I added inside the code. Simply paste that inside your AI floating sidebar, and over here if you see we have this render AI diagram, and then just above it I also added this get connection points. Okay, it's very easy to understand, so you can simply paste this and make sure you will read it before test this out. After this, make sure to refresh your screen, and let's say you want to build a sign in screen. So here we'll say sign in screen, and obviously I selected as a mobile mockup. I say generate, you will see the placeholder, and then once it generate, it will replace the placeholder, and then it will update it with the actual sign in screen. Now obviously this sign in screen, if you see, this is how it look like. Now this sign in screen come with the proper color combination, and then also along with that, if you see, we also have the sign up option. Okay, now I also updated this route prompt. Okay, so that it will add the color rules and the recommended palette setting as well. But if I just undo these changes and save it and refresh this, now it will only show you the basic layout. Let's use the same example. We'll say sign in screen, click generate, and the most important, it will give you generate result much faster. See, now let's say you want to do architecture diagram. So we'll say a sample example we want to know. We'll say generate, it generated this placeholder, and then it generated this connection as well. Right now it's little bit complicated because the text is much bigger, but once you describe your idea properly, then it will give you the better result. Now for the web mockup, let's say you want to add a landing screen example, and then click generate, then it will give you the landing screen layout. And this kind of feature you will not find anywhere in any whiteboard. This particular whiteboard will give you this feature, and if you see, we have this landing screen. But as I say, if I updated our system prompt, then it comes with a different result. Okay, now let's start generating. I know we did not refresh our screen, but still our route is updated, so automatically it will give you the latest result, and boom, if you see, for the landing screen, now it comes with some colors and more information. Now obviously I will definitely suggest that you can update the prompt, and you can also write that you want a minimum text. Okay, because right now it's added too much text, so instead of that we can keep it a minimal text design. So I hope you understand how easily we added this AI helper with a different tools in that one, and we also integrated it with the Gemini AI, so that you can generate the diagram whatever you want, and you can directly add it to our whiteboard. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask me on my Instagram channel or Discord channel as well. Now we are going to add an export option to this functionality. If user design a diagram and if user want to export this as an image, we want to give an option. Currently, if I click on this menu, you will see this export image option, and there are a bunch of other options you will find on this menu. But this menu we don't want to use it anymore because this is added by Draw by default and we don't want to use, and we are also going to remove this library section. So in order to do that, simply first open the inspect panel and search the class name for this one. So if you see, this is the class name, and which will remove this complete app menu top. So I will simply copy that as it is. Then actually you just need this app menu top, then go to your whiteboard.css, and inside this we'll simply going to say display none, and if I refresh it, then you will see that top bar is now gone. Now at the header section, let's go to the workspace header, and inside this we are going to add one more button, and we'll call it as a export. Here we'll add an let's add a download icon, and then if I refresh it, you will see this new option called export. You can change this color or variant however you like. I will just remove something like this so it will show in blue color. Now on the click of export, we just need to download as an image, right? So either you can add on click method, so we'll say on click, and then we'll say on export. Now this method you need to pass back. Basically you cannot pass back to the whiteboard. So right now because we added this workspace header to the page, okay, so instead of this, what we can do, we'll go to our whiteboard, and inside this whiteboard we are going to return this Draw API. So maybe we can go to this Draw API, not API but Draw, and here we are triggering this set Draw API. Same time we will say on API ready, and then we'll pass this API. Now this on API ready will pass back to the parent component, okay, and we'll give the type props. Over here I will define this props type, and we'll say on API ready, and we'll provide a type as a Draw API, but this is a function, so maybe we can write something like this: API Draw API, and type is void. Now inside the page.tsx, because our whiteboard is, let's go to this workspace page.tsx where we have this whiteboard. Now inside this we have to accept that on API ready, obviously, which will return the API, and this API you have to set. So we'll say constant, then you can simply set the API. So we'll say set API is equal to use state, and then you can add Draw. Oh, over here we'll say Draw API, obviously, or null, and then by default we'll set to null. Now whenever we get this, we'll set the API with the API. Perfect. Now we have this API from the Draw, right? Now from this workspace header we we have to pass this on export to the parent component, right? And here as well I will put a type any, and then inside the page.tsx now we'll accept this on export, and let me show you whether it's click or not, right? So we'll say export. Now if I save it, let's refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, if I click export, you will see the text export. Perfect. Now we'll create a method which will handle the export image. So we'll say constant handle export image is equal to arrow function, and then we'll check if there is a no API, then it will return nothing. Otherwise, first we'll get the blob. So we'll say blob is equal to await export to blob. Now this method is from the Excel draw. Make sure you are inputting from the Excel draw and remove that slash index, and then inside this we'll say element is equal to API dot get scene element, because we want to get all the scenes. Then app state, for the app state we'll say dash 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 API dot get app state, and then we'll say export export background. So this has method called export background to true, and then after this we need to say API dot get files. Now this particular line of code you will find on the documentation, but I already know, so I'm just typing it. So we'll say mime type as image slash PNG. If you want to PNG, if you want a JPEG, you can add that too. And then we'll say quality, we want 1, which is a maximum quality. As we are using await, I will mark this as async. Now after this we'll say constant. Now it's time to download it, right? So we'll say URL dot create object URL, and then pass the blob which you just created. And in order to download, we'll say constant link is equal to document dot create element with the anchor tag, and then we'll say link dot hrefs is equal to URL. Then we'll say link dot download is equal to whiteboard dot png, and then we'll say link dot click. Okay, so this is the way to download it. After that, after once it is download, we'll say revoke object URL and pass that URL and save it. Now this handle export image we need to call when user click on export method and save it. Now let's add some images. You can change the color if you want, and when you click export, it should export into an image. Let's refresh it. I think we did not refresh, so I will add some color, some value, and then we'll say export, and right now if you see it exported into a PNG, and if I open this you will see the result. Perfect, right? So that's how easily you can export your generated or added whiteboard. Now obviously you can add image, text, and everything will get exported as you saw on the whiteboard. Now let's push whatever the code changes we made to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit can review our code. So we'll go to the source control. We'll create a new branch first. So we'll say create branch, then we'll say AI sidebar with AI model and export image, or we'll say export whiteboard to image. Then we'll stage all of the we'll add a commit message as well. We stage all of these changes, say commit, and then make sure to publish your branch. After that, simply go to your GitHub account and then make sure to create the pull request. Once the pull request is created, then just wait for CodeRabbit to review your code. As you know that you can run the deep scan for the security with the help of CodeRabbit security feature, where you can find all the issue related to the security, and then it will do the secret scanning, AI deep scan, dependency scan, attack surface, and many other, and you can simply get access to this CodeRabbit security for a free. The free trial you can simply join it. Also All the AI Perks box user will get a CodeRabbit free pro plan for the first 100 user only. This offer is valid until 24th of August. So make sure to join this CodeRabbit Pro plan completely for free. AI Perks box provide more than millions of AI perks for you. Make sure to join it, and then you will also get this CodeRabbit for a free. Now once the CodeRabbit review our changes, you can see everything in detail with the proper inline comment, what is uh, the how important it is to fix it, right? So for example, this is a minor change, but this is a similar way you will see all the inline comments. And once you are happy with it, simply merge your pull request to main branch. Now inside this I added couple of more interesting feature, which is a notes and emoji, and also AI helper, which is acts similar like this AI button. Now on this note section, if I click on it, it will give you the option, just click on it and it will add the note for you, and then you can start typing inside this note. It's very easy to implement. I will also share the code for this one. The complete source code you will available on the tubeguruji.com. I will put in the source code link in the description. After this, we also added this emoji section where you can select the whichever favorite emoji is, and then you can simply add that to your canvas. Okay, and obviously you can do all the operation the same way. Along with that, we also added this icon section where you can add the icon directly inside your canvas. See, and then you have option to make all the different changes to this emoji as well. You can copy paste this. See, pretty cool, right? So that's how the emoji works. So these both the features, make sure you can install it. Obviously there are a lot of features you can add to your whiteboard, but as a beginner purpose, this whiteboard is pretty good functional. And now as you know that we already have the save function ready, you just need to simply uncomment your changes. So inside the whiteboard, if you remember, we just commented the save functionality, right? See over here, and once you enable, then going forward it will keep saving your canvas or whiteboard information to the database. Now whichever data or whiteboard elements we save to our database, we have to make sure we will retrieve that and will display it every time when we load the project, and this is very important, right? So currently if you see, just now we added the element and it gets saved, but when I refresh it, it will get removed, right? So if I refresh, the data is not there because we are not loading the updated data. So let's fix this. So obviously we need to add a new API endpoint. So we'll go to the API under the project. We have this route, and inside that we have the post request. Now over here we are also going to add the get request. So we'll say export async function, and then we'll add a get. Here we'll say request of type next request. Now inside that you need to provide the project ID. So we'll say a constant project ID, and then we'll say await request.json. After this, make sure our project structure. So if I go to the database, over here we'll first make sure this project ID is belong to that particular user, and we are already saving the user email, and then only will allow to view that change. Okay, otherwise anyone will see your project. So here we'll say first we'll get the user information is equal to await current user, and then once you have the user information, here I will add if no project ID, then return empty, not return empty, but we just need to return some response. So I will just copy the similar response. Then here we'll say constant, we can just say user project is equal to await db.select.from, and then we have the projects as a table. So we'll say project where and then add a condition. So we'll say equal to project ID, not project ID but project dot ID matches with the project ID, and obviously we want to add one more condition. So we'll say and with comma again, make sure it's inside, and then we'll say another equal to with the projects dot, not projects, just say projects dot user email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Now over here make sure to import this AND operator, and I think we need one more curly braces. Yeah, then we have to add equal to operator as well, and over here I will say empty string to avoid the error. Now over here if you get the result, so if there is no user project, or just we'll say user project dot length is equal to 0, then we can simply say this unauthorized user, or we'll say unauthorized user. That's fine, right? Otherwise it means user has that project belong to that particular user, then we are going to fetch the data. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and then we have the table called whiteboard data, and then we'll add a where condition, where equal to whiteboard data dot project ID matches with this project ID, and which will fetch all the information, and then in the return we'll say next response dot JSON, and then we'll just pass the result of 0. Okay, as simple as that. Now we have the GET request, and we are also checking the security purpose that that particular project is belong to that user, and if yes, then it will return the correct result. Now let's go to the whiteboard. You can go to the page.tsx file, and that's where we are going to fetch. So inside the white space project id.page.tsx file, here I am going to create a new method. We'll say constant get whiteboard data arrow function. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, we'll say slash API slash post, sorry not post, the API endpoint is called whiteboard only, not whiteboard, is just projects, and then we need to pass the body. So over here we cannot get the request JSON because this is the GET request, so you have to change this. So maybe over here we can write constant search params is equal to request dot next URL dot search params, and then you can get the project ID is equal to search param dot get, and then provide the project, we'll say project ID. Okay, now same project ID you have to pass it as a query parameter, so something like this, and here we'll just get the project ID. Now project ID you already have over here, so we get that. So we'll say project ID is equal to use params, and then this project ID will pass. Here we are using await, so I will mark this as async, and then once we have the result, we'll just console the result for now. Then this get whiteboard data we need to call inside the use effect. Now this use effect will execute whenever the project ID is there or change, and then only we are going to call this get whiteboard data. So I will add that condition too, and then save it. Inside the route.ts it look like we have one small error. So over here project ID I will add empty string as well. So right now let's do one thing, let's ignore this error for now and save it. Now if I go back to our application, I will also open the inspect panel to verify that we are getting the data. So go to the console and let's refresh the screen, and once it reload, right now you see so we are getting this error 500. So let's see why. So in this case, whenever you get an API error, you can always check the VS Code console where application is running, and right now it's saying invalid input syntax type. Okay, integer, that's weird. So it means whichever error it is giving is correct, so we have to fix this. So over here this need to be a project ID, not the ID. Okay, so this need to be a project ID. So let's test this again. Let refresh it, and now hopefully we'll get the result. And if you see, now we got the result. Perfect. App state, elements and file. Obviously we don't have anything in, but if I add some element, something like this, right, and after 10 seconds it will get saved, and then we'll reload our application. In meantime, you can go to the whiteboard data and refresh it and make sure it is up to date now. After 10 seconds, once it's done, I will refresh it and then we'll check the result. Now, okay, now it's still showing the elements as empty. So let me add element and let me wait for a 10 seconds. Right now if you see, we have the elements saved properly, and now if I refresh it, you might see the result inside the console. Now over here if you see, now we have two elements, file and app state. Perfect. Now once you have this data, we have to apply to the canvas. So basically you can pass this data directly to this whiteboard. So because you can even apply it directly from here because we already have this API. Now once we have the result, we are going to update. Over here we are also making sure whenever the API is available, then only we are going to make sure to call this get whiteboard data, and then inside this we are going to simply say API dot update scene, and inside this scene we'll just simply go and add elements result dot data dot elements, because that's what we have, right, otherwise empty. And then app state, for the app state we'll say normalize app state result dot data dot app state. We already saving these elements and app state as well. After this we also have the files, so we'll say result dot data dot files. If it's there, then we'll say API dot add files, and in that we have to add object values. So we'll say object dot values result dot data dot files, as simple as that. And at the end you just need to close it. You don't need to add this one. I think we have extra catch, and make sure to wrap this inside the try catch, okay, in case there is any error. Let's save it and let's refresh it. So I already have this saved. So if I refresh it, and boom, if you see, we got the same data. Now for example, if I color this one, and let's say wait for the 10 seconds, and now it's saying changes saved. Now if I reload it, hopefully we'll get the updated one. See, now your data or information is now persist. And even though if you add any AI diagrams, any emoji, icon, notes, everything will get saved automatically, and it will fetch it when you reload whenever you want. Now we also have the hard-coded value inside the header called workspace name, and in place of that, as we decided previously, we want to show an actual project name. Now inside our project route, we are already fetching the user project, right? And from the user project, you can get the name of that particular one. So over here we'll say dot 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 result of 0, comma, and then we'll say project name, and we are also going to pass a user project of 0 because obviously it will return only one information, dot project name. Once we have this project name, you can go to the workspace page.tsx file, and once we get the result, you can save the project name. So we'll create a state called project name, comma, set project name is equal to use state, and then over here we'll simply gonna, or maybe at the top we'll say set project name will be the result dot data dot project name, and then this project name you can pass to the header. So we'll say project name is equal to project name, and then go to the workspace header, make sure to accept the project name. I will add a type string, and then instead of this hard coded value, you can replace this with a project name. Now if I refresh it, you will see the actual name of that particular project. So right now if you see, it's showing it as a workspace 5, and if you want, you can go back. Now you already have the created board and all, but it's time to display it on the screen. That's what we are going to see next. But before that, let's push our code so that we can review this with a CodeRabbit. So first we'll create a new branch and we'll name it as retrieve whiteboard saved data. Then make sure to hit enter, so it will create a new branch. Will get checkout automatically. Then give the proper commit message. You have to stage all of this change, give say commit, and then publish your branch. Then go to the GitHub, and inside that you will get an option to create the pull request. Simply create the pull request, and then you can wait for a CodeRabbit to review your code. Obviously this is a small change just to retrieve it, okay, there is no big changes, but still we updated our API endpoint, so it's always good to review this with a CodeRabbit. If you remember, when we implement the dashboard page, we implemented until empty state. So basically when user create a new board, it still show empty because we did not added any logic to get all the project list and to render it. Also for this project list, if you see, we have the preview of the whiteboard which we want to show at the top, and then the project name and other information. Now in order to get this or generate this preview, we want to save the workspace screenshot, you can say. So basically we need to take out the screenshot of this particular page, and then we want to save. If you remember, we added this option called export, right? Now same way we have to implement, but instead of saving it inside your local, we will convert this into a base 64 and then we'll save it to our database. As simple as that. Now this will happen whenever we are updating or saving the whiteboard to the database. Same time we'll also take a screenshot and save to our database. So to implement it, I already have this snippet ready for it. So basically this will help us to generate the preview base 64, and then we'll convert blob to the base 64, and then whatever the result we'll get, we'll just use it to save. Now let's copy that as it is. I will close all of this tab for now, and then inside our whiteboard, that's where we have this set canvas save canvas changes, right? Maybe you can add anywhere, but let's add after this. Make sure you will remove this string, and then over here replace your API with our own API. So Excel draw API, this is just a code which I wrote, but you can make sure to update according to your requirements. Now over here obviously we need to call export to Bob method that I will show you. So if I do the control space, if you see we have this method, and this method if I go at the top it will get added. So I don't know where it get added, Excel to blob, so over here. Okay, perfect. And after this we have to implement blob to base 4. That also code is available inside these documents, which will basically convert to a blob to base 64 code, because instead of storing the complete image we will store the base 64 image, and this will just return that. Now this generate preview base 64 you can call inside the, you can either call it to the save canvas changes, or you can call inside the handle canvas change. So let's call it inside the save canvas change, and here we'll simply say constant base 64 image preview is equal to, and we'll call this method. Now make sure to add it as await and then save it. Now this base 64 image we need to pass to this whiteboard as it is. Then under the API/whiteboard we have to accept this new parameter. So we'll go to this API, and then under the whiteboard I will accept that, and then inside this whiteboard data we need to save it. If I go to the whiteboard data, obviously we need to add this new file. So we'll say preview image of type text, and again I will give the name preview image. Now this is the new column we added. It means we have to make sure to update our database. Okay, so I will run the push command. So npm run db push, and then it will push that new changes. See, and then you can run the studio, verify that this new column is now ready. And if I scroll to the right inside this whiteboard data, you will see this preview image. Currently it's null because for the old one it's not, we don't have data, but now the preview image ready, so that you can simply add the value. So over here we'll also add preview image and then save it. And now if you see for this one it's just now saved. I also reload it. If I go over here you will see this preview image with a base 64. Perfect, right? Now in order to save low quality data, right, make sure you don't you are not saving the high quality preview image, right? Otherwise it takes a lot of space. So that I just gave the width and height to 400 to 225 and quality which is 50% only. You can decrease this quality if you want, and that's how we have to save the preview URL. Now after that now we want to display the project list on this particular dashboard page. So for that one we need to go to the projects. Under the project we have route.ts file, and inside this we already have the GET request, but whenever the project ID is 1, then we are fetching only project information for that particular project. But if user did not provide the project ID, in that time we are going to fetch all the projects for that particular user. Okay, so we already have this. If project ID is not there, we are just saying that project information is missing. But now instead of that we'll just say and here we'll add condition and if user is there, the user information is there, it means user is trying to fetch all the projects on the dashboard. So that's why we need this. So over here we'll say constant project list is equal to await db dot select from projects, and then after this we'll add a where condition, where equal to projects dot, not project, but obviously we need to fetch with the user. So we'll say project dot username, user email, and then we'll compare with the user email dot email address. Perfect. And now we have the project list, right? So that project list, you just need to return it. So we'll say return next response dot JSON, and then we'll say project list. Over here we are getting error, so I think we can add one more condition over. If there is no project ID and no user, then return empty, or you can return some error. But still we have, okay, let me remove this because we already have added this condition. Now this is the condition, it's giving us an error. So maybe what we can do over here, we can add a condition. If no project ID, then we'll return nothing, or you can just simply add no project ID found and save it. Now after this I will close all of the tab, then go to the dashboard page.tsx file, and inside the project list we want to fetch. So we'll say constant get project list, then we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash projects, and that's all. Here we are using await. I will mark this as a async, and then we'll simply console log the result. Then this get project list we need to call inside the use effect only once. So we'll simply add an empty string, call this get project list, and then save it. Now if I go back inside the inspect panel, go to the console and make sure you are getting the project list. So right now let's refresh this screen, and now if you see, we got the project list. Perfect. Now inside this project list, if you see, we don't have the information related to the, or we don't have the preview image or anything, right? I think most important we need is the preview image, and which is missing. So we need to get that one as well. Now inside this result, if you see, we got the data, right? But there are a couple of parameters is missing, which is the preview image or even the created ad field, right? So in order to fetch that information, right, we need to join these two tables together because it's already connected with our project ID reference. So in order to do that, simply go to the project list inside the route.tss where we are fetching the project list. Now inside this, first we need to provide which different column you want to get it. So here we'll say ID, then we'll say project.id. Now you have to mention all the columns which you needed. So we'll say projects.project.id, then the project name. So I will add all the columns which I need, something like this. Okay. Now inside this, if you carefully observe, I also fetching the field from or column from the whiteboard data using this whiteboard data table, but we have to make sure you will join that. So over here we'll add dot left join because we want all the data from the project and which are the information is available on the right table, and then over here we'll say whiteboard data, and then you can add over here we can keep this where, but here we need to mention on which field you want to apply this condition. So we'll say equal project dot project ID and matches with the whiteboard data dot project ID, and then save it. And that's how we have to get the project list with all the field which we needed. Now if I refresh it and if I expand this value, now you will see the preview image along with the updated ad field. Perfect. Now we have all the data. Let's render all the projects. Now I will go to the project list. Here once we have the result, we'll set the project list with the result dot data, and now inside this project list we are going to render it. So we'll add a div, or we already have div, so we'll add a project list dot map, then we'll say project comma index arrow function. Now at the top I'm going to show an image with the source. Here we'll say project dot preview image. Then inside the alt tag you can give the project dot project name, and then width and column. So over here we'll say width, let's say 200, height 1450. I think that's all. But right now we are getting error because the project don't have proper type. Now let's define a type for that project. So we'll say type project, then we'll say project name of type string, then ID of type number, then we have project ID of type string, then preview image which is of type string. Then what else we have, we can just refer it from the column. The user email is there. Then we have field called updated add, because I think we changed this value. See, and I think that's all we have, right? If you want to save the user email, you can save that too. And then this type you have to attach to it, and here for the index I will pass type number. Now for this div we'll add a key as index. Perfect. Let's save this. Let's go ahead and verify. At least it's rendering the data. But right now, okay, now we have the project list, and if you see, it's showing this preview, right? Obviously we have to add some styling and all of that data. So first let's add a class name. We'll add a border with a rounded to, let's say, large. Then we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add a title of project name. So we'll say project dot project name. Then when it's edited, so that time you can add. So we'll say project edited. So we'll add in text edited, and then project dot updated add, something like this. Obviously we need to change this format. So for a date, to change the date format, we'll use one very popular library called npm i moment. So make sure to install this moment library. This moment library basically convert your date into any format. So if I go to the moment, just type moment.js and you will find this library. See, you can just install by npm i moment, and if you see, you can convert this into different format. So once you install it, now once you added this moment library, make sure to import this moment library like this, and then you can simply wrap your date inside this moment. Then we'll say from now. You can convert into any format, but if I write from now, then it will give you the time when you updated. So something like this. See, it's saying edited 9 minutes ago. Obviously we need to add styling. So for this one we'll add font medium, text I will say smaller. I think let's keep it like this. And for this p tag we'll say text XS, then text gray color, and save it. Perfect. Then we'll add some padding, and for this div I will make it grid column 2 for a small screen. For a medium screen, we'll say grid column 3, and for large, we'll say grid column 4 with a gap of 5, and also we'll give margin top to 10. So maybe let's wrap this inside another div because I want to add proper label to it. I don't know whether we add extra div or what. Just add this curly braces outside, and then over here we'll add h2 tag. We'll say your boards. Let's add a class name, font bold, text to Excel, and then p tag will say create, organize, and continue working on your ideas. And to this one we'll say class name text gray color, let's say 400. And now you can say margin top to 10. Over here you don't need to give margin top to 10, let's say 3 only, or 2, something like this, 3. If I close, you will see your board. Now let's do one thing. Now in order to improve your image and all, what you can do, you can simply copy this div, then go to the AI because we don't want to spend a lot of time designing this small UI, and paste it here, and we'll say improve my card design, and also add a popover, or just we'll say also add delete button to right bottom side for each card, and then hit enter. Now obviously you can ask to any ChatGPT or anything like that, and simply you will get a proper result. Now make sure to copy this div as it is. I don't know why it's not getting copied quickly. Oh, that's weird. And then I'm going to paste it here. Just make sure those import statement, you can move that on the top, and over here we need to add a handle delete project. Right now we'll just comment this out and make sure to import this trash icon. Now once that is done, see, your board is now ready with that particular image. Perfect. And then we have workspace when it's edited, and you also have option to delete this. Now on the click of delete, basically you can do the soft delete. Okay, now soft delete means you don't need to delete completely, and whenever you do the soft delete, it will just save it under the archived folder. Now make sure when you click on it, it will navigate to that proper folder. Okay, so either you can wrap this inside the link, or you can just change this to a link. I believe that also work. Make sure there is no change, and then to this link you have to provide href/workspace/project id. So we'll say project.project id, and also for this inside this class name you can say hover. Whenever user hover on this, you can change the cursor pointer. Save it, go back, refresh your screen, then if you click on it, it will navigate to that page, and if you see, your image is still there. Now if I color this one, and I will also color this one as well, and it after 10 seconds it will automatically get saved. Also it generates the proper preview image which you will see on the dashboard once you reload it. Now I will go back to the workspace, and boom. If you don't want this zoom, because right now I think we added the project cover. So over here we'll say project content. Let's see how it looks. I think this is how it looks when you do the content. Let's make it cover only, and if you want you can change this size, or I will just make this grid column 3 only, little bit bigger. Let's make it smaller, that's fine. Okay, if you want you can add a border bottom to this image, so we'll just say border bottom, and I think this is much better. So that's how you have to add the project or display the project list on your dashboard. Now let's add a delete functionality as well. Now for the soft delete, right, on the click of delete, we'll just delete it and it will go to the archive. So I will create a new method because we already comment this out. So I will copy this same method name, and then over here we'll say constant handle delete project, and inside that we just need to make an API call. So inside the project route I will create a new method called export. So this is the get. Okay, so let's say async function, then this will be the delete request, and then we'll say next request. Now inside that we need to get the project ID. So we'll say project ID is equal to await request dot JSON, and then we just going to update that particular projects, right? So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot update, and then you have to provide the table name. So we'll say project, then we'll say set, and over here we need to add a column under the projects. So over here we'll say is deleted, then it's of type, let's say boolean, and then we'll name it column name as a is deleted only, but default will say false. Okay, now you made the changes. So basically I am going to update our database with these new changes in a project column, and then once the changes is reflected you can simply set the is deleted to true. Okay, so this is basically a soft delete. Okay, we are not really deleting. Now once you set that, you can return it next response dot JSON, and you can say a message as deleted. Now the thing is we have to make sure to delete only that particular record. So we have to add where clause, then project dot project ID, and then whatever the project ID you pass, and save it. Now whenever you get the project list, you have to make sure that the project that is deleted is not true. Okay, if it's true then don't show it. Then obviously over here we need to add one more condition. So we'll say and, then we'll add first equal condition, and then second condition will be to check is deleted is true or not. So we'll say equal to projects dot is deleted equal to false, then only fetch that records. And let's wrap it here and save it. So once you have the API endpoint updated, inside the handle delete project we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot delete slash API slash projects, and inside the body we'll make sure to pass the project ID as project ID. So I don't know whether, okay, so we have to make sure to get the project ID and then pass this project ID Here I will mark this as async. So we are getting error because I think we have to pass inside the data when you are deleting it. Now once we get the results, so over here we'll also do the toast dot add. Here we'll set type as success and title as move project to archived, and then save it. And after that we have to make sure you will call this get project list. Okay, with obviously it will get the updated data and set the project list initially as empty, and then this handle delete project you have to call over here. So I will just uncomment this and save it. Perfect. Now obviously we did not add any warning or anything, but you can definitely add if you want. And now if I click delete, see it's get deleted. Oh, I think it's also get click, but basically on this one now it's not there. Now obviously we have to make sure it will not redirect it to the on the click. So I will move this link. So first I will replace this to a div as before, and I will change this to a div as well, and I will make sure this link only applicable, for example let's say to this one. So we'll add a link and then I will close it here. Perfect. If you want you can add to other elements, but right now it's completely archived. And if I go back to the projects, let me refresh so that you will see that updated column is deleted to true. Now if I make this false, save the change and then refresh your dashboard, you will see that result. Perfect, right? Somehow the preview image is gone. So if I open that, so it's not opening. Let's see why the preview image is gone. Oh, it's maybe because of this link. So let me change this to a div and I will just remove it, and now it's showing. Okay, let's do one thing. Instead of this div, we'll just navigate it on the click of image or something else. So basically we can add on click method and then we'll navigate it programmatically. So in order to navigate programmatically, you can simply need to add constant router is equal to use router. Make sure you are importing from the next/navigation, and then you can simply add router dot push, and then we'll say /workspace /project dot project ID. And now I can go to that particular project, see, and I can go back. If I want, I can delete it. So that's how the delete functionality works. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now this is a task for you. You have to implement this archive similar like this one. You can reuse this component, but instead of is deleted to false, we have to show the list which is where we mention is deleted to true, and then it will show all the soft deleted project, and in there you can add an option to retrieve them back. Now once you made all of this change, I will just create a new branch, then we'll say display project on dashboard, hit enter, then we'll give the commit message and then simply say commit and then publish the branch. After that we'll go to the GitHub and then make sure to create a new pull request, and then you have to simply wait for a CodeRabbit to review the changes. Now as you know that you can do the deep scanning with the CodeRabbit, you can use a review change tag to verify what are the changes you made with a line by line explanation, and then you can also wait for CodeRabbit to review your complete code. Here I implemented this archived page where it will show the soft deleted files. For example, if I delete this particular project, if you see it moved to the archived, and then you will see you have option to delete it completely, or you can restore it back and then it will come back again. Okay. Now in this particular chapter we will mainly focus on limiting user for the certain file create or whiteboard create. Currently for a free user we are only allowing to create total 3 whiteboard, and if user exceed that then it will show error or something like that. And we also making sure while creating a new whiteboard project, first it will check whether user has valid credit or not, because inside the database under the user we are checking or we have this credit column, and whenever user create a new whiteboard project then we have to make sure to deduct that credit as well. So for that one, let's go to the project API. So we'll go to this API, inside that we have project, and then here we'll check user credit is greater than 0 or not, right? So for that one we'll say constant user credits is equal to await db dot select, and then we have to use a users table. So make sure to use this users table. Then we'll say maybe actually we need to add it from users, then we'll say where, and then we need to add a condition. So inside that we'll say user dot user dot email matches with the current user email. So we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and that's how you'll get the user credit. Now we'll check if user credits is greater than 0, or we'll say if user credit is less than equal to 0, then we'll return next response dot json, and inside that we'll say a message, or we'll just say error insufficient credits. Okay, and obviously here make sure is a list, so we'll say first element dot credits. If it's less than equal to 0, then we are not showing. Right now we are getting error, it's saying is possibly null, so we can add a condition as well. Now if obviously credit is greater than 0, then we are good, but as soon as user create a new project we have to deduct it. It means we have to update the credit information. So we'll say constant update user credits is equal to await db dot update, give the table name, so we'll say users dot set, and then we have to set the credit value. So we'll say credits, and then we have to make sure this particular credits -1. Okay, here we'll say it's a number, and once this is done we have to also add a condition. So this is the same condition we need to add, because we need to make sure we are only updating for that particular user, and then once we get the updated user credits then we are good to go, and then save it. As simple as that, right? And that's how you can update the credits. Now if I go back and let's try now, currently we have to make sure it will show a proper credit. This is just a placeholder. So I will go to the sidebar, which is an app sidebar, and over here if you remember we are just hard coded this value. Now we already have the context, and from that context we are going to get a user detail. So you have to use curly braces when you are fetching or getting the data from the context, and here we'll say set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that you have to say user detail context. Now from the user detail we will get the credit information. So here we will say user detail dot credits, and now you will see a total credits, which is 3 files created, total 3. So basically here we need to make sure total -3. So I will add something like this, total credits, and I will define this constant at the top. Now for example, for a paid user, if you want to change this, obviously you can change it, but right now total credits or total max, we'll say max credits, and then from here we'll say total max credit minus this one. So over here it will say 0 file created, total 3. Currently we have 3 credits to this user. Let's say it's 2 credit only, and if I refresh it, now it will say 1 file created, total 3, or you can say 1 file created and total. You can give any message you want, okay, that's completely up to you. And in the same way you have to update the progress bar value. So basically I will just add this value, whatever the value it left, divided by total max credit into 100 into 100. Now if I refresh it, okay, so the logic is incorrect. Oh, over here make sure you will wrap, you have to wrap it like this, and then you will see it's showing 1 file created and then progress bar. Perfect. Now whenever you create a new board, let's say you created a workspace 2 and click create. Now once it created, you jump onto the new board, but over here if I refresh, the credit is now changed to 1. Not only that, but if I go back to our home page and let me refresh this once, so over here you will see 2 file created. Okay. Now next, if I go back where we are showing that insufficient credits, right, in that case, or here you can also add status, or not status, but let's say this one only. And when you create, when you call this API endpoint and when the error message comes, in that case we have to make sure you will not navigate it. So we have to add logic for that. So we'll go to the dashboard. Inside the page we have the project list. Basically inside the create new dialog we have the logic written, right? So over here we'll check if result.data.error, then we'll return nothing, and here we'll add a toast message with the error, we'll say insufficient credit. And save it. And if you want to test this, let's take this out. So we'll say workspace 3. Now obviously I have 3 workspace created, right? And if I refresh, you will see now we don't have capacity to create. Again, if I try to create a workspace 4, click create. Oh, it's still created. That's interesting. So somewhere our logic is not working. So right now if you see, the credit is -1. So if I go to the route.ts, so I think the condition somewhere is not correct. Okay, the whole problem over here is this one. Okay, we have to replace this with the condition like number credits of 0, and it will check the value. Okay, now if I test this, and for the testing I'm just making this as a 0, and let's refresh this one as well. Like create a new board, workspace 5, click create, and now if you see, it's not allowing me to create it. Perfect, and that's what we want. Only small change I'm going to do is inside our create new board, whenever there is an error, I will just stop and will set the loading false and save it. Okay, so that's how you have to implement and restrict user from creating extra whiteboard if user is in the free trial. Now next, you can try adding a payment gateway. There are a lot of different ways that you can add the payment gateway. In my previous video I added payment gateway in a lot of different projects. You can take a reference of that one. Also the deployment part is very straightforward. I will show you in the next chapter. But before that, if you really want to convert this into a SaaS, then you should add the payment gateway to your SaaS application.